All right. And I have been given the go-ahead to say that we are ready for the next run, which is Sonic Adventure run by Witherman. Go ahead and take it away.
Whoa, hello. I'm not Wither. My name's Squeefy. I'm on comms. I'm not running the game. But yeah, anyways, welcome in. This is Sonic Adventure. This is All Stories, which is one of the greatest categories of the game. It's gonna be a lot of fun. We have 6 characters to get through. 7, secret one. The secret, everyone knows what it is. And I'm joined with...
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Don't worry, get to it.
There's a secret character?
Yeah, we'll get to it.
There's 7 stories, but there's only 6 characters here.
Don't worry about it, we'll get to it. But, anyways, Wither, how you doing? How you feeling?
I am doing amazing. Thank you for leading me in. My name is Witherman. I am the current world record holder for this game for a majority of the individual categories, plus the All Stories category itself. I'm joined here by Squeefy, as he introduced, but he is the world record holder for 130 emblems, the full completion category of this game. So both of us have been around the block a little bit when it comes to completion settings for this game.
That's kind of where we thrive, the longer completion categories, which are a lot of fun. Like, I generally recommend doing All Stories in Sonic Adventure. It is a ton of fun. But, shall we get started?
Yeah, let's go ahead and get this started. And time is going to begin when the screen fades to black. So, come along with me, everybody. Let's say it with Sonic. 3, 2, 1. Let's get down. And time starts now.
Good luck.
Accuracy doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
So, Squeefy, Sonic Adventure.
I know,
yes!
right? I love this game.
Yes!
No matter how many times I keep trying to escape, keep getting dragged back, we're still here.
It keeps bringing me back. I've tried to get out so many times, but I'm still here.
It's so true. But yeah,
there's so much game as well. You've probably seen the estimate. If you're looking at the stream, you've probably seen the estimate at this point, and you're like, goodness gracious, that's a long estimate. And you're right. It is a long estimate. Because this is a long game. So, as you can probably tell, this game's got cutscenes. Isn't that cool?
I know, right?
They're not skippable. Kind of.
There's an asterisk. There's a pretty big asterisk there we'll get back to. But yeah. Also, gameplay soon. We've got another cutscene. And we get to start off with probably one of the easiest parts of the game. This game kind of it sort of eases you in before it just goes and decides to just destroy you. We got the way. Okay. But yeah, if anyone is interested in playing the game, I'd definitely recommend it. We have a few methods nowadays: emulator, console, GDMU. You know,
you have so many ways to play this.
We
game.
do.
You know,
we've got a lot of effort.
Sonic Adventure itself is kind of like vaporware. Like, this game doesn't really exist anymore much. You know. Like, the only way you can play this version of the game, practically, is on Dreamcast or on emulator, which, thankfully, both of those have become more accessible because of stuff like Flycast and stuff like GDEMU, both of which have had, you know, their leaderboard legitimacy questioned in the past, but at this point have been pretty much ironed out.
Yeah, it was a bumpy road, but, you know, got there in the end. Anyway, this is Chaos Zero. Chaos Zero is a very simple boss.
He's gone now.
Yeah, Chaos Zero is gone. We jump up, hit him, run back, jump up, hit, take damage. It's just a bunch of manipulations, really. And then that just does it. That's Chaos Zero.
That is Chaos Zero. Now, we're talking about completion categories. If I haven't had, you know, if you don't know me too well, something that I'm pretty big on is I'm very big on multi-game runs. That's, you know, categories where you'll play multiple games back to back. Like, right now I'm learning a bunch of those, but one of the things that really brought me to Sonic Adventure in specific is that Sonic Adventure is kind of like a built-in multi-game run. All Stories is real interesting, whereas I can't think of any other 3D platformer where you have to be good at 6 different games to be good at a category.
Oh yeah, for sure. And the whole thing with like the whole like 6 categories thing means that you don't need to play Sonic. You can do something else.
It's true. There's a lot of people who play this game as their primary speed game who never touch Sonic. Yeah. And I think that's cool. That's super cool.
Like the options are great. It's so easy to get in. Yeah, funny frame.
The funny frame.
There's a frame at every new cutscene where you have a frame for input and you can do funny stuff.
We are going to be getting into our first action stage. Sonic's got 10 of these things, the most of any character.
Sonic goes through basically every stage in the game except for one. I mean, I guess you could technically say 2 if counting Sand Hill.
That's the sub game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it counts.
I mean, maybe, it depends. But anyway, this is Emerald Coast, which is, even though it's the first level, this is deceptively one of the trickiest to get a really good time in. There is a lot of very small things that add up.
You wouldn't know it, but Emerald Coast is probably the hardest level in the game.
This is a reset point, for sure. Like, this free has a reset point. Yeah, we're just gonna, what we're doing right now is doing a nice kind of alternating X and B to do a tash dash. There's a slight timing to it, it's like a piano roll. But once you get timing for that, you know, you sort of zoom on through. This is the main movement we're gonna be using for Sonic. Along with some spin dash jumps and spin dash hovers. Hovers being like, kind of like a spin dash jump except more vertical. And you reserve 4 frames by not jumping. Well, sort of like a jump.
Yeah, hovers are a weird whole technical thing. Oh, I forgot to press the X button.
Oh no. That moment when you forget you need to press a button.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Easy backups.
There's a lot of things that a lot of people don't seem to do with this game, which I think is really important, is you need to learn your backups. There are so many places in this game where a simple backup can get you back on track. I don't think learning backups is generally a good thing. Look at backups.
Now, Squeepy, I've got a very important question for you in particular.
Okay.
So what do you like more? You like guitars, you like drums?
Okay, interesting. I used to play the piano. But I have guitars and drums. Probably guitar, maybe.
We got guitar.
Got guitar, let's go. Let's go.
So that's our first cutscene skip of the entire run. There's only 2 instances in the game, well, not in the game per se, but definitely within Sonic's story, where soft resetting during that cutscene when talking to Tails makes him shut up immediately. And the game hates you so much for being rude to your best friend that it takes the audio away from you. You no longer get music in this hub world.
Yeah, the music is weird. It's tied to some weird stuff, so sometimes it just goes, okay, I was supposed to play, but now I'm like in the wrong location, so it just refuses to play. But yeah, that was the first cutscene skip we got. What?
Coming up on the second one now.
Almost immediately with Sonic. Sonic gets like a couple back to back. But I'm going to jump over here. And this is where we can explain how the other cutscene skips work. When you hit a kill blade, as you're going for a cutscene, the game kills you and then it resets. And it respawns. And that counts as you viewing the cutscene. Because the game doesn't care if the cutscene has finished, only that it started. And so we are...
Yeah, unlike those silly DX folk, we don't get to skip cutscenes by pressing the start button, or those silly CX folk if you want to be pedantic.
I love CX. CX is a great category if you want to like get into the game, but you're not sure about whether or not you want to put it with the cutscenes. CX is a good option.
Yeah, CX is a modified version / code breaker code. It's kind of like action replay that you can use. So we have a category extension for it, and what that allows you to do is skip the cutscene by pressing the start button. It causes some other funny stuff too, but that's not worth mentioning right now.
Yeah, some of those side effects, but it's not really that important. Anyway, that was Echo on it.
That was Echo on it.
That was Echo on it.
You kill him. You kill him by pressing the A button real fast.
Yeah, that's basically it. You just press the button, and then the boss kind of ends. It's like, okay. But yeah, we are This is one of there are some. The majority of cutscenes have potential to be skipped, but there's also quite a few where it's like probably not, which is really unfortunate.
Also,
You also get to witness Eggman's ultimate aim, the greatest aim you'll ever see.
I chucked that emerald egg, man. A swing and a miss. I think, okay, it's actually really funny. I remember the emeralds being even more ridiculous. When we get to Tail's story, you've gotta watch the emeralds in Tail's story. They go crazy. They are so funny. He misses so hard.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. It's right there. Just throw it in. Just yeets it in a random direction. He goes, "Oh, you can pick it up. It's fine." But yeah, it's good he's coming to an end soon. We're entering into the second stage.
Yeah, we're going to be going into that's right, the second action stage. That's right, the square hole. And we need to take the awesome windstone, which is going to be on top of this hill by Tails' workshop. And we got to put that into the little keyhole in front of Windy Valley.
Yeah, Windy Valley's a...
You wouldn't think it, but I've seen people lose runs to this.
Yeah, I've lost a run to this from falling through the stairs. No
awesome.
joke, it's happened. But yeah, throwing the windstone into the keyhole. And here we are, Windy Valley.
Yeah, occurrences like that are actually a lot less common in SA1 compared to Static, though.
They don't,
You know,
happen,
Sonic Adventure DX, like the GameCube and Steam port, is a little bit notorious for being pretty buggy. But SA1 Vanilla, the Dreamcast original, is like held together by Gorilla Glue. This game is tight, airtight.
Yeah, anytime we find anything new, it's a huge thing, because like, we didn't think we'd find that. That makes no sense. Why does that work? And it just does.
It's a majority of a majority of the discoveries in this game are like, why?
There you go, same trampoline skip. Roll on there. Press A button as we fall down. Because if Sonic's in a ball, when he's in midair, you can just do a homing attack any moment. You may reset. Damn, that was a really early reset. Okay.
Yeah, you can.
Wow.
So I actually found this out from watching Vadim during the CX tournament. You can reset on the way up.
Wait, what?
Yeah, if you go through an act transition of the stage, you actually like die in the middle, and it saves time on the deck.
I need to remember that. Also, okay.
Yeah.
We're doing a big skip at the moment. We're kind of just talking about other stuff. Windy Valley skip. We are eventually the way Sonic's gravity works is when you go hit a certain speed point, like when you go past a certain speed, Sonic will sort of pull down to where his feet would be, and so you get like this skewed gravity, which we can extend and manipulate until we move around. And essentially, we just kind of fall diagonally to the end.
I love Windy Valley.
I do too.
It's one of my favorite stages.
I tried doing Tails Flightless the other day because I was messing around with it, and Windy Valley was a lot of fun.
It's so fun.
It really is.
Yo, I'm gonna try and not mention the chat too much, but a tea tree is in the chat.
Oh, no way.
A tea tree was, if I remember correctly, I really hope I do, I believe a tea tree was our host during the GDQ relay for All Stories. So it's fun that they're coming back to see more All Stories action.
Let's go. The Dreamcast curse, you get dragged in once and you can never leave. But yeah, we're doing some whole...
Statics.
Sorry, what was that?
Statics is a much bigger deviation for... Statics in SA1 have a bigger deviation than you might think, though. So even if you were around for the Statics All Stories Relay at GDQ, thank you very much. This is going to be a completely different romp. And as you've probably already seen, this game has taken quite a few different turns already. And it's only going to get more ridiculous as we get into the other stories.
There's so much stuff that's been found. And it's still being found, to be fair.
Yes, that's the coolest thing about this game to me.
It feels like we've only just scratched the surface of what we can do with this game, which is so much fun. Yeah, there's so much just hidden that we still have yet to find. It's going to be amazing. And we've got the Lightspeed shoes. Gonna go up here. And then we'll make our way over to Casino. Or Casinopolis. But for that, we actually need to get into the stage first. And play the game, you know.
How are we gonna get through the stage?
I mean, there's a button.
I don't like that button.
I mean, yeah, I'm not a fan of it either.
I did not touch the button.
Oh no, FTB.
FTB.
Oh. Yep. No, wait, go on. What about the pinball? What about pinball?
No.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I
no?
don't want to play pinball.
We want to play pinball. Oh,
no.
Fine. Okay, no pinball then.
It's like the equivalent of going into the Chuck E. Cheese and then just yanking the stuff out the bag.
It's basically what we do. Also, that was actually really clean. You know, there's a wall there that has a push force, which this game loves. This game loves putting walls around, like invisible walls, to block your path, and then like just a random push force that just pushes you away. And there's one there right in front of the emerald, and if you barely graze it, you're getting pushed back, and then you have to do the whole thing again.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to describe, but there's a giant C-shaped wall in that casino vault room that's around the emerald. And if you touch any of that wall, the game says, oh, wait a second, you aren't supposed to be here. And then just like
just yeet you back.
Grabs you and throws you back into the center of the stage. It's brutal.
Yeah, it's like,
so my movement through there was actually like very, very clean.
It's like you don't even need to touch. It's not like we have to the front of it. Like you can touch any part of it, back, top, bottom, side. It doesn't matter. You're getting thrown in that direction.
Sonic,
Also, we're playing the Japanese version.
True, we are playing the Japanese version. We've gone 20 minutes without mentioning that.
I know, right? But yeah, this is actually an interesting thing about this game, where the region you play on actually can have different collision and different camera. At the moment, JP's most optimal has what's most considered to be the best camera, and also has a lot more skips have been found for this version. Mostly because this is just the one that gets run the most.
Yeah, as it stands right now, the Japanese version of the game was originally picked up as the primary fast version of the game because this game was timed in RTA.
Yeah.
And the Japanese version of the game just loaded faster. Like, full stop, that was the first reason people looked into it.
Yeah. Like, the load times for GP compared to other versions were just ridiculous. To the point where, like, if you're running on, say, PAL version, you were losing literal minutes over the course of a run. So it wasn't... Being viable on that version wasn't the easiest way ever. But now, because we time loadless, JP is still the main category that's known about, but it doesn't mean the others aren't viable. Like, the others are still perfectly doable.
Oh yeah, the others are still plenty viable. Especially now, you know, with the loadless timing, like you mentioned.
Oh yeah. I'm kind of hoping loadless means more people are going to look at other stuff in other versions, because there are some cool stuff. Like, PAL version has the fastest boss timers. And
inexplicably can skip Chaos 4 in Tails Boss Rush.
I still don't get that.
I don't know what happened there, but I know what happened there, and I clipped through that bridge. And
that may have looked like a clip. That bridge in that bottom corner simply does not have collision.
That was okay. That was an okay clip out. So that clip that I just did is exactly Sonic sized. It is extremely difficult to get out of. It is very, very small. And some people like to spam at it and pray. And while that could be kind of fast, it's very inconsistent. I have the exact angle that you need to hold on the analog stick to clip out, and the camera angle you need memorized. And if I can get both of those to click together, then I can always clip out. But it's not something that can be taught. Clipping out in Ice Cap Act 3 is such a weird trick.
It is. There is a setup you can do using Sonic's ear, which is a little bit slow, but it's very consistent.
It's very consistent.
But it's like, once you get to a point where, you know, you want to go fast, being able to remember the angle is kind of cool. I try and remember it, usually don't, then I just start spamming. I'm like, oh no, I should have just set up. The backups are
And
important.
it's like the stages of grief. You know, whenever you're like stuck on ice cap, the stages of grief you run through. You know, first you get there, you're like, haha, this is easy. And then you try it with the angle, you're like, wait a second.
Wait a second,
Then you
hold on.
start spamming, and then you're like, wait a second.
Hold on.
And then you like keep spamming, you're like, oh no. And then you stop, and you try and do the setup, and you miss the setup, you're like, oh no.
It's like the world is crumbling around me. Ice cap is such a strange stage. Oh no, wait, raisins, hold on. Oh wait, hold up. Sonic trips on a packet of
Me when the raisins
trips on a packet of
are
raisins.
launched.
When the raisins are launched.
Head explosion emoji.
No way. Yeah, that was raisin launch. We fall for a war. Again, that's not a clip, that is literally just weird collision that basically doesn't exist.
I think that one's kind of more of a clip, because the collision is there, we just walk through it.
I mean,
That one's weird.
because when I've looked at it, it looks like there's like a small sliver maybe.
As if it's another Sonic-sized hole, that's hilarious. There's too many of those in this game.
Yep, there is.
Like this,
Like, I've looked at
you find clip outs in this game and they're microscopic.
Yeah.
They're the exact size of characters.
Like, I'm pretty sure that one's like a very small sliver. And the way the collision works in this game is strange. The game has checked for which side of the collision you're on, so it will check if you're on the inside or the outside. Sometimes it doesn't work, and so it goes, okay, part of you on this side, part of you on the other side. And it sort of just pushes you the wrong way.
And of course, we would be remiss to not mention Broby himself. The man that the Raisin Launch was named after.
Oh.
Found that trick, found a few other tricks, some really important ones. Was one of the first people to really push this version of the game, like Sonic Adventure Vanilla, very far in Sonic Story. This game's history would not be nearly as developed and not be nearly as... this game wouldn't be where it was today without Broby. Just not at all.
Oh, 100%. I mean, not just Ruby, there's a bunch of people that have like, got involved with bringing the game to where it is today.
Absolutely. You know, we have time to talk about history. We're going into Chaos 4. We gotta give something to keep people awake. So, this boss is an auto-scroller. It's not that interesting. He's gonna attack once in the beginning. He's gonna move 3 times. He's gonna attack, and that's what he does.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah. So, Broby was the first person... Broby and Icky, I would say. Both really pushed this game. But Broby being the first person to push it very far. Sonic Story was the category that Broby was the most interested in. It was the one that got the most development from him. But Icky was doing every story. And so was Aiden. Aiden was one of the first people to really put together a very solid all stories time for the leaderboard. You know, you might recognize Aiden from a lot of SA2 history as well. A lot of very accomplished runners have some history with SA1, which is very cool. But a lot of it's, you know, more recent than you might think. This game, despite releasing in 1998, didn't really start getting a lot of attention until 2019 and especially 2020. So, talking about this game's full game history, and not just the IL history, really doesn't expand that much further past those couple years.
Yeah,
You know, this game's history has very much more to be written. Pretty much the TLDR of that.
oh, for sure. Like, SE1 Dreamcast is such a strange history. It's like, people ran it, but...
I don't know if you have anything like history related you want to throw onto that, Sweepy, while we finish up C4.
I mean, to bet you know a lot more about the history than I do, that's the thing. You know...
I guess not.
I've
Yeah. Chaos 4 is not a very interesting boss, as you can tell. He is now deceased.
I mean, we did not deal with Wiverlock there.
So, speaking of, like, relatively new history, we have a lot of new runners who've been playing the game recently, one of which is Must Include, who found that you can soft reset to skip those FMV cutscenes, like we just saw for a couple seconds there. That was something that none of us just decided to try, I suppose. And by doing that, it saves us plenty of time and gives us our lives back for some really important parts of the game. Soft resetting gives us 4 lives exactly, which is very huge. Especially with it does cost you a life to attempt or hit a cutscene skip, because you do die. So getting your lives back is a really big part of the run. Life routing matters a lot. You're going to see it a lot intentionally in a lot of the other characters beyond Sonic. Welcome back, Squeepy.
Wait, what do you mean welcome back?
I asked you a question, you didn't say anything.
I didn't know what question you asked.
Oh no.
My brain's died for a second, sorry, okay.
I just asked about history stuff, but it's okay.
Oh,
we are moving on
okay.
to Disney Fast Pass.
Disney Fast Pass, yeah, this is one.
Now, speaking of must include.
Yeah, also speaking of must include didn't find the soft resets. You found the one for Big, I believe?
What? Who found those? Was that you?
Yeah, it was me, yeah.
Oh, my bad.
The guy's trying to pass off my work for someone else, what the hell? I'm gonna work with this game, come on. But this is...
This was found by Must Include, where you charge up a light speed dash and then use that to skip this cutscene here, and that was perfect.
That was. Have you not seen the...
You know, that's one of those tricks that you definitely don't want to talk during, because it is kind of... That's one of those tricks that is so precise, so obnoxiously perfect, that it might as well be random. It's not literally random, kinda. It is literally random in some aspects, but it's so hard it might as well be. So the fact that I just hit that while casually explaining it is actually kind of crazy.
It is.
That's not normal.
It's really not. Also, have you not seen the new setup for that trick?
But
You can do a new...
yeah, this Sonic story run has been going
This has.
very well. I'm very pleased. You know, we're 25-ish, if I was to guess, minutes in at this point, and we've reached our first Sky Chase. So if you're in the chat, let me know how you're thinking about the run. I'd appreciate it. And how have you been thinking about the run, Squeaky?
I think the run's been going about as great as we can ask for. Like, everything you want to get, you've been getting pretty quick. But also, before I forget, have you not seen the new method for Fast Pass?
It doesn't work. It's so bad.
What do you mean it doesn't work? I've done it 100 times easy.
I can't do it at all.
Really? Wow, okay.
Nope. That's one of those things where it's easy in practice, especially using save states, and you go to do it in a run and it never works.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I haven't tried it in turn yet. I've got to be consistent doing it in practice.
Exactly.
But okay, yeah, that's happened a lot with this game. There's a lot of things where you can do it in practice like 100 times, like, yeah, I got this is no problem. You try and do it in a run and it just doesn't work. And you're like, oh, okay then.
SA1, like, if we're going to do any more comparisons to SA1 with StatX, we'll probably have a few more throughout the run. But one of the biggest differences is just the mental game that SA1 requires because of its length.
Yeah, this is quite literally a marathon run.
Yeah,
Right.
no kidding. Because of the cutscenes and because of the just general slower pace of the game, you're required to be on top of your game for so much longer. Like, to just get a good run, you have to be laser focused and consistent through a lot of ice, like moments of getting iced. It's kind of like, this is an analogy that's gonna not click with a lot of people, but it's kind of like before every stage, it's like you're playing a set with Wizrow. And you have to watch him walk away, get water, go like wash off, take a shower, come back before he sits down for the next game. That's kind of what playing SA1 feels like at times. The game's just constantly trying to ice you. It doesn't really let you play. But I mean, that's kind of what makes the run so sick, is that just knowing that the runner is like laser focused the entire time. Like, whenever I was watching Broby play this game, I would just be like, jaw dropped. Just how can you stay so good and hit so much difficult stuff after such a long period of time? I feel the same way watching Squeefy. You know, Squeefy doing 130. How are you 7 hours into a run and you're still hitting the hard stuff? That to me is ridiculous. That level of endurance is so cool.
Yeah, it's it really is a marathon though. It's like having the energy to go on for that long. It's I love 130, but it's not the easiest category to do, I'll be honest.
130 is such a cool category, but it is so long.
It really is. Can be even shorter. I think I've estimated we could probably do I want to say sub 7 maybe.
Yeah. I think that if 130 was to get pushed super far, like a 630 is probably like the most you could expect to get to. I didn't crash. Goodness. That was close.
That was very close. This is another one of those cutscenes where you can soft reset, go back to the menu, load back in.
But there's exactly there's a handful of frames there in the beginning of that cutscene. My theory is that is the frames that Amy spawns in at. And if you soft reset during those frames, the game hard crashes. You have to turn the console off and back on to get out of the state.
Yeah, I've been meaning to look at that, but I keep forgetting. I'm pretty sure it's because AB spawns in.
You know, we mentioned Broby a bunch of times, but this is going to be another one of the times we mention him. This is a Canada clip. Oh, it's very tough.
It is. It's a balancing act, this one is, because we need to get high enough to clip through the wall, but if we go too high, the camera freaks out and we have no control.
Where am I?
There we are.
Okay. I'm going to need the camera back again.
Yeah, using the D-pad in this game, if you hold down the D-pad,
nice.
then you can clip it to where Sonic is. That's really nice, actually.
We're good. That definitely still saves time, but that trick is very hard. So if you go too high, the camera spins and doesn't let you through. If you don't go perfectly high enough, the wall will stop you of the building. There's like a razor thin margin where you can get through and the building won't stop you.
Yeah.
And the camera won't spin. And getting through there is like ultra precise. It's very tough.
It really is. The thing with that trick is that is the harder way to do that trick.
Now,
there is other options.
I am driving the car.
We're driving the car.
I don't think I have enough speed for that.
You should be fine. You go straight.
Hold on.
You should not have survived that. I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief. You shouldn't have survived that.
No one does it like me.
No one does it like you, apparently. That shouldn't have worked, but okay, sure. Sure, okay, I see how it is. Actually dying, okay.
I'm sorry. I can't commentate right now. That was really funny.
It really was.
Oh no. A lot of things went really wrong, but we're not losing like any time. We're still doing fine. This is losing us a handful of seconds, but like, whatever.
Okay, what Will was trying to do before he fell off the edge because he was laughing too much
was
you can drop down the hole, do coast start in ball form, and then do a homing cancel or homing attack forward, and you can sort of skip the coast start, and then we jump across.
Squeaky, you're back.
I'm back.
You've been gone for a while.
I think I've been gone for a while.
Just network stuff. But did you see Twinkle Park? That was awesome.
I did. I was laughing about it. What the? Like I'm just there, like. Because I'm here, I can hear everything you're saying, but apparently if it's cutting out on my end, I hope not.
That is so sad.
I know.
Yeah, so the Twinkle Park cart section is definitely not supposed to be that scary. No. I had a lot of rings. So there's a consistent way. There's a consistent method where if you have 20 or less rings, you can just drive off the side and just neutral stick, and you always make it with a light blue car. All the cars have their own statistics. It's weird, but it's fine. Yeah. So that's consistent. But I'm crazy. So I like to take the light blue car and go for as many rings as I possibly can. I got really lucky and I got 50. So I was gonna try and set up for a trick called breaking and entering, where I clip into like that yellow arc. But because of how horrendously I missed the road, I ended up having to get a bounce.
Yeah, it was just sent you just skyrocketing, and it's like, okay then.
Yeah, I've definitely never gotten a bounce like that before, and the fact that I saved that was ridiculous because my controls flipped 3 times.
Yeah, because what happens in this game is, in the cart section, is when you go past a certain way, when you reach top speed, your control flips, and then you flip back again, and it just sort of flips and flops. You can get used to it, but yeah. Also, we're in Speed Highway, yay! What a Speed Highway. This is a very simple stage. Like, a lot of people consider this to be a breather, but I've also I've lost a few runs there just from like really terrible mistakes.
Yeah,
Right.
Speed Highway it's not quite an auto scroller, but
Nah.
once you get really good at the game, it kind of becomes like just like a very middleman stage. Like it's one that you can just kind of like take for granted, but you can, while you can't normally save time on Speed Highway, you can super lose
You can
it.
certainly lose time in
So,
the stage.
a mistake in Speed Highway is like super costly.
Like I've had so many times where it's like I've just not I've like messed up building jump, which is what we did at the beginning, using a spin dash hover to get across that gap. I've messed up that jump so many times. You know, usually because I'm on a pace, I'm like, okay, I'm stressing now.
Yeah. Especially like we were saying, with how long the categories in this game are, keeping your composure for the entirety of it is so hard. Like you get near the 4-hour mark of a run and you start sweating because you're on a good pace.
Yeah, I'm gonna clip up here. Clip up here because we skipped going into the hotel room, going through the hotel. Okay, it's a little bit of whole movement. There is a cutscene skip we can do here, but those are really hard.
It is very hard. The cutscene skip for this specific cutscene skip, funny enough, was the first one ever discovered, and is also the only one not being implemented.
I know. I mean, at the fair, the cutscene is not that long, so it's not end of the world that we're not using it. But it's like, yeah, first one found, and also the only one not being used. Which is kind of funny. I did recently find another one, but the problem is that one is actually really slow.
Really?
You can, going into wrong warping basically. If you enter Casinopolis, soft reset and exit stage on Casino, and then you can go back into Sonic after Twinkle Park, and it'll skip that cutscene.
What, this one?
No, when Sonic's in the hole out of Twinkle Park.
Oh, the one.
It skips that one.
Wow. That's weird. That also seems so not worth
It's
it.
really not.
That's gonna be a running trend with that cutscene, probably.
Yeah, it's so short. The only reason that works is because the spawn point outside of Casinopolis is exactly the same height as the death plane outside the hallway. So you spawn inside of it, basically. Which is a really funny thing. It's also a thing I'm looking into, because I think there's so much we can do. More movement, let's go.
Yeah, my hub movement here was not the greatest.
Yeah, there's a line you take because there's a lot of lag reduction strats we take with SA1, and that's like one of the biggest ones in the game. Because if you go too close to the trees, this game hates nature, basically.
Yes, this game hates nature and children. Both of them are so laggy.
Yeah, they really are. Yeah, a big part of this game is lag reduction strats, so we will sometimes take a path that may look a little bit slower, but it's actually faster because the game doesn't lag. But yeah, now we get entering the Red Mountain. This is kind of the point where the game really starts to pick up. Oh, okay, that was close. In terms of like difficulty.
Almost got it.
Like the game has a bunch of like really difficult parts basically throughout the entirety of the run. But this for Sonic is where things really start picking up, and it really starts to test how you are, like your consistency.
Yeah, this especially right here in Red Mountain, we're coming up on a specific jump once I get around this corner, where the camera is going to go into what I call Resident Evil mode, where it's going to make a switch and switch my controls, and I have 1 frame to react to it. I got it.
Nice, cool. Yeah.
So what I like to do is, at this point, I know exactly when I'm going to cross the trigger, so I flick my analog stick the exact frame that I'm going to be across, so that I don't have to wait.
Yeah, it's...
Oh my god.
Ooh, okay. Oh, damn, never mind.
It was going so well.
It was.
This Red Mountain was actually like fantastic until
Oh no! No, it's fine. It's IO strats. We didn't like the way that ended. We're just gonna reset and just get an IGT down. Let's go.
True. That's okay. Even with a bunch of the silliest mistakes ever, it was still a 117.
Yeah.
So I'm very happy with that.
Especially like an all story setting, because our basis for like all stories and single stories, like Sonic Tales and all that, are kind of a bit different.
Yeah, that's very, very true.
Like, with how long this category is, it's like, okay, 117 is like, in a Sonic run, I may be a bit like, I'm not sure how I feel about that, but in all story, it's like, you know what? It's not that bad. Like, there's so many places later on where we can just get that back with no issue.
All Stories is such a ridiculously long category with so much to learn that you can take small mistakes and it's like, okay, just because of the sheer length of it.
Yeah, the sheer length of it just means that, you know, your mistakes aren't as big as you'd expect, so you can find other ways to do them, which is cool. Ooh. I love sketches too. Sketches is so fun.
Squeaky, please check your direct messages when you get a second. A message from an unknown speaker. Interesting.
Oh no. Okay. Cool. Let me go back to you. Cool. But yeah, anyway, so we're currently in Sky Chase. This is a long cutscene about? No, it's basically a cutscene. We go on top right, and then we just stay there. So we've got about 3 minutes. I'm not sure if our host has anything they'd like to throw in while we've got some empty space. Or we're just chilling out in good old Sky Chase.
Absolutely, I can do that for you. So right now we are raising money for Somos Familia Vaya. Right now we have a couple of different targets that we can go for. We have the Metroid Dread boss rush, bonus boss rush, sorry. That's at $20 out of 75. We also, for another Metroid game, we also have Metroid Prime 100% randomizer upgrade. We're going for $100 for that. And if we can hit both of those, we will be over $1,000. Let's see if we can hit that $1,000 by the end of that run, guys. We still have like 4 hours left of this, so I bet we can hit that. We also have a couple more. We also have the Let's Go Pikachu Eevee trainer name. Right now, the winning one is Osmorn as the trainer for $9. We also have the Pokemon Puzzle Challenge Pokemon Choice Bid War, and we are at Totodile at $20, and Cyndaquil is $1 less. So if you wanna donate $2 and make Cyndaquil be the leading Pokemon choice, you can do that. We also have Meryl and Pikachu is at $5. You can also, for just $1, donate $1 and name the Starmie, and you can also do the starter name for the other starter. And if you are donating towards those, please put what name you want inside of your donation.
Some sauce.
Thank you. And that was perfect timing as well, because we are coming up to the end of Sky Chase.
Yeah, we are coming up on the end. That was great.
Like we planned it. No, we didn't, but that was perfect.
That was awesome.
But alright, who is ready for probably one of the most difficult bosses in the game?
It's so hard.
It really is.
You see, you gotta line your cursor up, you put it right there, and you press the A button.
I know. It's,
like a couple times.
It's just so difficult. Whoa.
Wow.
Let's go. Yeah, it's literally what just happened there is exactly how we do it. Line up, mash the A button. I mean, I like to mash A and X, but it really makes no difference.
Really? You mashed 2 buttons?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's
I didn't know you could.
Yeah, I mean, A, X, B. I'm gonna guess Y probably works. I haven't tried it though. I won't be surprised. But yeah, I just mash A and X. It's the same time though. It makes no difference. It's a habit I've crossed over from DX in Dreamcast. Pretty sure it makes no difference.
Probably, but nice to know. But we are now coming up on Skydeck. And before Skydeck, we actually have another cutscene skip. This one is... So, the level of difficulty for this one, for me, is very varied. I've gotten so consistent at it, but this is definitely one of the more technically demanding cutscene skips, because it requires you to adapt, because the way you clip out isn't always the same, and depending on what state you get, it will change it. I remember I was struggling with this cutscene skip in specific a lot, but I was in person with Ethmar at the time, and Ethmar told me, hey, why don't you try a hover? And I tried a hover. And then I just haven't missed it since.
Yeah, because there's been a few ways to do that trick. At first, it started off as we do what basically is called a silly hop. Well, we kind of charge a light speed dash, even like a half a hop, I guess. I don't know.
It was like a silly slide.
Yeah, silly slide. Where you charge a light speed dash and we can move, clip out, and then you use that to make the distance. And then after that, it just became essentially just a clip out and a spin dash to get across, and then now we just do a hover.
Yeah, so actually, while we've got some time to talk about it too, we could explain the silly state. So, just for the sake of naming convention, and because it'll make things easier to understand within the community, we have dubbed anything that requires a light speed dash and another action a silly, like a silly blank. So the silly state is whenever Sonic is glowing light blue, like with the light speed dash aura around him after he's yelled, ready? So if he's able to do anything after yelling, ready? That's when he's in the silly state.
Yeah, and the reason we do that is because Sonic is a really fast sort of burst of speed going forward. You can use like clear a gap or something. And so we can use that to, make jumps over areas we're not really supposed to get to. But we're going to go through Skydeck, skipping the checkpoint. Okay. Being a little daring today, I see. Yeah, Skydeck is definitely one of the trickiest stages in the game. While Wither just kind of goes for it and goes, yeah, okay, sure. This game bows to me. Skydeck, want to sit back. Skydeck is a very difficult and tricky stage to do, but once you can start doing it and you can get basically what's happening right here and just kind of cruise through it, it feels so good. Which is kind of a common thing with this game. There's a lot of stages are difficult, but once you get them down and you know the ins and outs of them and how to do them, they feel so good. Oh no! Don't grab the rocket. Okay. I didn't get Tastra out. No. Yeah, it's called Tastrab. It's probably one of the easiest stuff in the game. It just got pretty unfortunate there. I blame the cannons. I usually blame the cannon. But yeah, that cannon, you can actually grab it as it's coming up. So if you're quick enough, you can get to it at its first spawn, like the first area it raises up at. Like it comes up at the same gap every time, but it moves pretty quick.
I got totally owned by that end capsule too. I tried to go for the early capsule, got no height, so I immediately tried to back up for the button, got it, and then my jump didn't get the full gravity I wanted, so I didn't land on the capsule. And then the capsule was like, hello, and kept pushing me away while I tried to jump on it.
Yeah. I mean, Wither mentioned gravity. Capsules in this game do have a gravity to them, not just the ends of stage capsules. Item capsules also have a small gravity to them. The idea is to pull you towards them, but it does, like, you can do some funny stuff with it.
Yeah, so like if you're standing next to like an item capsule, like a ring box per se, and you're trying to like jump away from it, it will actually pull you towards it, and not like a not noticeable amount, like a lot. Like you will struggle to get away from it. It's one of those weird baked-in mechanics to the game, where it makes the game feel kind of strange when you're starting to play it. But whenever you understand how and why that works, it kind of becomes something you can use to get a lot of mileage out of.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's one of the things where on paper it makes sense because it's like, oh, it's first 3D Sonic game. We want to make sure that the player can actually pick up the items and stuff. But then you bring those in, speedrunners are like, oh, we can use this. Like, oh, this looks like free property to me.
It's free real estate.
Free real estate. Let's go.
Speaking of free real estate, for whatever reason, in this fight, and in most of the character battles, Sonic's homing attack range is extended so much. How much is it extended, you may be asking? Well, I'll show you. It's extended.
Soon we get into the game.
Soon. Okay, pretty normal.
Yep.
I wasn't even facing it.
Yep.
It can like curve around.
Yeah, it's I don't know why the rival battles for some reason have infinite range. It is a little bit strange because they still take place on the hub area, just with a giant ring around them. So I don't think it's the location. I don't know. It's strange. They just kind of infinite range for some reason.
Now I gotta say, this Sonic run has been going swimming. You know, like I've had a couple very minor mishaps, but like all things considered, in an all-story setting, this is going very well.
This is good.
RTA
Extremely well.
Like RTA for Sonic Story. If you want to get like a really, really good Sonic time in an All Stories run, your goal is sub 110 RTA. I would wager right now we're around what, like 50 flat almost? Yeah, I can kind of see it. So if we're around 50 flat almost, we could probably... Like, Sonic is the first seventh of this, right? Like, he's by far the longest part of the game, don't get me wrong. But, you know, there's a lot more to go past this. But for this Sonic time specifically, I think we could be looking at like a 105 or better.
Yeah, I could definitely do a 105. But winner. We're actually getting pretty close to the end of Sonic. Got a couple more stages, couple bosses left. Gonna soon be coming with my favourite stage in the game, actually. Good old Lost World, love
Is
Lost World. Is so
your favorite stage is also Lost World?
Lost World is so cool. It's literally, it's an ultimate like testing your skill. Oh, setting up for this is called Captain's Quarters. That one, I'm pretty sure, is actually a clip.
Yeah, I think so as well. Because, like, if you stand in the right position, as you saw, Sonic starts to spin like a Mario Party video game. Then Squeepy, you know, we knew this for like a year.
Yeah, we just
almost.
didn't have a consistent setup for it. And
then one day, Squeepy had a brainwave and was like, what if we just jump cancel?
yeah, because what I was doing, because I was like, because the thing is, right, when I find anything, I'm like, okay, first thing I want to do is I want to find a consistent setup for this so that I can explain it to basically anyone. So I was messing with it, and I started moving around. Like, when I move, he stopped spinning. I was like, okay, what if I just went straight up? I was like, okay, let's just do a jump cancel. Will that work? I was like, apparently that works. Because it used to be, Captain's Quarters was literally a Mario Party minigame. You had to time it to get the clip. And so it was kind of like, also wasn't worth it. But then nowadays, it's like, yep, simple jump cancel, lined up.
We'll have ample time to bring this up again. But I just want to point out, keep in mind the year this game released. This game released mid-1998. This game is gorgeous for the time that it released. And like bosses like Chaos 6, although his model looks very silly, look at those transparency effects. Look at that texturing. That is gorgeous.
Like when this game came out, right? I mean, like nowadays, like oh, textures, like oh, transparent. That's nothing. Nah, when this game came out, that was massive. Like
transparency in video games is so much harder than you think it is. It's actually like it's crazy, especially like double transparencies like Chaos 6 has. It's like just the water textures in general in this game and the just what it was able to accomplish in the year it released is insane.
Like,
it looks so good.
There's a very good reason why the main villain of this game is based on water. They wanted to show it off. Yeah. Very simple.
As you can see there,
Chaos 6.
we've done our first silly action as well. I did a silly throw to do the second hit of Chaos 6 there. That is going to be the final use of the Lightspeed attack. There are 3 uses of it. 1, to take out that Kiki in front of Red Mountain. 2, the first hit of Chaos 6. 3, the second hit of Chaos 6. And those are the 3 Lightspeed dash attacks you will do in the entire game.
Yeah, there's... Yeah, it's such a strange power-up. I feel like they wanted to do more with it, but never did. It would make sense if it worked with the upper bosses, but it just doesn't. Because like Chaos 6 does double damage, but it doesn't work on the other bosses, which I've always found strange.
And I don't believe it was actually supposed to do double damage to Chaos 6. If I remember correctly, the only reason that it does is because it's a leftover from Knuckles' maximum heat knuckle attack.
Yeah, but at the same time though, that doesn't work on Chaos 2, I don't think.
No,
So,
it doesn't.
I don't know. But yeah, I know we're like really late for this. Speaking of the Lightspeed attack, you may notice we never picked up Crystal Ring. Which in a casual playthrough, you'd be like, oh, why are you missing Crystal Ring? It's actually slower, like considerably slower.
Yeah,
So-
in a game with unskippable cutscenes, an additional cutscene we have to watch that we can avoid, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
Even though we use the Lightspeed dash in this game a lot more than you'd see it in Statics, you know, you'll be seeing 2 more Lightspeed dashes in this run, one in Lost World and hopefully one in Final Egg. You know, you use the Lightspeed dash more in SA1 than in Statics, but it's still not worth it to pick up the Crystal Ring because of the hilariously long cutscene associated with it.
It is so long that we timed it, and you would have to do like 6 or 7, I think like 6 more Lightspeed dashes before it'd be worth to pick it up. And so it's like, there's really no point to it.
Yeah, think about that. 6 more Lightspeed dashes than the 5 we already do.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, at the end of the day, it's really not worth it. But we're in Lost World is my favourite stage. This is one of the stages that really tests how much you've learned the game. This is the pop quiz for the end of the game. I love it. Well, there's so much fun movement in the stage. Also, there's a lot of things in the stage that isn't used, which I want to use. There's a platform in the beginning of the first room, just above the roof, just around top, which I want to look how to get up, and that was okay. That was the cleanest door clip you could ask for. Now we're gonna enter the mirror room. The mirror room for us should be visible for Wither. He's in the pitch black because he's playing on a CRT. I'm gonna set up for, this is called Banana Route. Oof, nearly fell. From Lightspeed dash, we're gonna do the first instance of a silly hop, which is a spin dash jump, go. That looks like it made it, that was clean, okay. That skips the Lightspeed dash trail and their waterfall. And we're now into the boulder chase section.
Wow.
No.
It didn't put me back into ball form. That is so sad.
That is so sad. It's fine.
I'm gonna take the boulder section super slow then, because I'm at 0 lives. Because of all the cutscene skips. But yeah, so Banana Route, which is what I just did with the Lightspeed dash, it requires a silly hop. That's our first silly hop of the run. That is really difficult tech to pull off. It requires you to do the whole Dark Souls hand position on the controller. You need to be using X, B, and A all together for a bunch of different actions. It's a lot more complicated than it really needs to be, but it is very cool. Even with the death, it was still sub 140, you know, IGT. Yeah. I'm happy with it.
Yeah,
could have been better, but
But you know, again, this is an all-story run, so it's single death in boulder. I think it's fine, and it's really close to the checkpoint anyway, so not a huge amount of time loss.
And this is our first look at Perfect Chaos's design. Sonic is looking at the ruins of the past this ancient depiction of perfect chaos destroying the world.
You know, as you do. I mean, it makes sense. Chaos is kind of like the child guardian, you know, if you attack someone's child. I imagine you'd summon a god to stop them.
Yeah, like, the plot of this game is actually really sad. Like,
really
the reason that Chaos is such a bad dude, the reason that Chaos is, like, such a, you know, murder machine, is because people keep killing his family.
Yeah.
You know what? I'd be killing people too.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
You know, it's like, yeah, I don't know. So, I don't know, I feel like I agree with Chaos. You know, someone who has worked with children.
Chaos did nothing wrong.
Chaos did nothing wrong. I'd also protect the child by, you know, literally any means. Love Chow. Chow are awesome. I may be biased to that, by the way. Love Chow. You know, I spent like 4 hours playing basically a Tamagotchi game for my category. Love Chow.
True. Yeah, we're coming up on the end of Sonic's story.
We are coming in Sonic's story.
This has been so painless. I can't lie. I was a little nervous getting into this.
But this Sonic story is actually going swimmingly. Like, again, like I said earlier, a few very small mistakes. But this is looking very good. We do have...
You know, this is like on par so far. This is on par so far with some of the best runs I've ever had. Like, like this Sonic story run, yeah, I've had a couple silly mistakes, but I mean, I'm kind of on fire, really.
Just cruising.
So, all right, well, never mind. It's all gone now. The world movement was atrocious.
Oh, Whole Movement just sneaks up on everyone.
It does.
Yeah, we are entering into final leg. And if this goes right, this is going to be one of the shortest stages in the game.
If it's good, you know, Prage.
Prage. The last stage and also one of the hardest. Raise your hands. Give us your energy. Yeah, we're charging up a lightspeed dash. Can we do a silly hop? Gonna jump up that. Ooh, okay.
Oh no, I'm out of lives.
Oh no,
no,
yeah,
I
no.
exited.
Oh
no.
We've all done it. We've all done it. Okay, but yeah, anyone that saw that, there is a capsule just floating in the air. That is a leftover from like I'm pretty sure like an old version of the stage, like an old layout. And it's just kind of there.
Yeah.
It's just kind of there.
Like the original layout of the stage.
And the funny thing is, it still works.
Kind of.
There's an asterisk there. It works, but it's slightly shifted. So we'll see where we're gonna land. There we go.
No. No. Oh, I would have been fine, but I panicked.
Yeah, okay. So basically, the collision of the capsule doesn't actually line up with the texture of the capsule. It's shifted slightly left and up a bit. And so, what we have to do is we have to land on the capsule, further left than you think, and then sort of inch your way forward until you're in the correct spot. So there you go, that should be fine.
There you go.
Because the trigger for ending the stage is on the capsule, but the capsule itself is slightly off-center, like off to the left. So you have to land further than you think and sort of hope you don't slide off, basically, because Sonic kind of likes to dance. It does a little
Sonic
slides.
Sonic will do 7 jiggles, that's what I like to call them, in the direction that he's facing. And if you're facing, like the direction that Sonic is looking when he lands matters so much because there's so little usable ground there. Which really means that where you can land on the capsule is so much smaller than the collision would even like looking at the collision would lead you to believe. I've drawn a diagram that you can see in the Sonic Adventure Discord or in the tutorial video that I made of where it's actually safe to land on the capsule, and it is so freakishly small.
It really is. Like, it's deceptive how small it really is. That's the thing that throws a lot of people off when they're going to find a capsule, is that none of that makes sense.
No.
Like,
None of that makes sense. I promise you, the final egg capsule is a very consistent trick, but not a single bit of it when you're learning it will make any sense.
No. It's like, everything, once you got it down, everything works. It's all very consistent. You know, you got your whole, you know, you have your setup for it, using light speed dash and all that stuff. But no matter how many times you go for it, it still doesn't feel right. It's a very weird trick, but it's also really cool. We're an Egg Viper. We're nearly done with Sonic. Woo! We're just finishing off here. Egg Viper's a boss which can either be really simple if you're taking safe strats, or, you know, can be a little bit difficult, depending on how we want to do things. When we're opting for the homing strat, what you can do is you can either do a spin dash jump to skip forward and hit Eggman that way, or you can do what Wither's doing, which is doing a simple homing attack. Both work. I don't know which one's easier. I prefer the spin dash. Ooh. Okay.
So for me to get the homing attack and feel consistent about it, I need a little bit of speed so I can launch myself over the railing. I did not build up the speed like I thought I would, so I pulled back and I just decided to do it safe. I'd rather do it safe and lose a couple seconds than, you know, lose the run.
Yeah, which is completely fair.
And then for this hit, I'm not even going to bother.
You're going to play it pretty safe, you know. We're going to do a spin dash jump to skip some of the buttons because we can. It's not really that risky to do it. But we are playing this pretty safe. You know, we're nearly done. We just got Beyblades basically. And then that will be Sonic done. We'll get to move on to other characters.
Yeah, I'll be going straight into Tails next. I'll be doing this in, you know, menu order. So, Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Amy, Big Gamma?
Yeah, I'll say yeah. Yeah, because Gamma's left, because, you know, they put one of the hardest tricks right at the end of the game. So we're going to wait here. There you go, Eggman's done, you can put the controller down, we're all good. Definitely nothing...
Wait a second, this is the thing one.
Wait, what?
I gotta get the controller.
No, it's fine, you just leave it, it's fine.
Not in this game.
No, yeah, Egg Viper does actually lock into your position, unlike DX where it doesn't. This one, it does look at where you are. And then that is...
That is a 105.45 RTA Sonic story.
I'd be very happy with that.
Yeah, like that was very good.
That was nuts. But yeah. So
if it wasn't for the final egg and Twinkle Park mishaps, that would have been almost exactly tied RTA with current world record. Like those two minor mistakes are the only real things that. Oh, that and Canada Clip.
Oh,
that was the biggest mistake, really, was just missing that. But overall, I mean, that run was so extraordinarily strong for Sonic Story. That was so close to Sonic record.
That was.
So to get that in an All Stories in a marathon, I feel great.
I'd be feeling great as well. Not gonna lie. Like, getting that time again during an All Stories in a marathon, that is actually insane. Just kind of goes to show how much time you put into the game.
I will not be performing E-Skip. We all get to listen to it together.
Oh no.
I keep messing it up.
Really?
And it's not hard, but it's like 2 minutes lost for a minute gain. So I'll just let it rock. Whatever.
Yeah, E-Skip, just explain that, is you enter a stage during this, well, in another story, probably Sonic's. You then open the pause menu, you then hover over exit, quit stage, you soft reset while quitting stage, and the game messed up. It's kind of like wrong warping. because the game wants to spawn you outside that area, basically at the exit to the stage you exited, which usually we do Emerald Coast. But because it's still waiting for that input to program basically to come through, it just sets it up on the next loading.
Here it comes, everybody. Turn your headset or headphones or speakers all the way up for this one. That is the titular E.
Yeah.
That is the E that we skip.
It's E skip. This is the...
Yeah, typically we would go into Sonic Story, then reset out of Emerald Coast to skip that cutscene, but
yeah,
I didn't feel like setting it up, so you get to listen to E.
This is the only example of this game so far of essentially what is wrong warping. And the only reason it works with that cutscene is because every other cutscene, the way they work is you will first load at the initial spawn point of a hub world, and then it will move you to the cutscene. That is the only one I have found where it doesn't move you. For whatever reason, the game just does not move you back into the plane. Or into position for it.
That's so weird.
It's the only one. And so you can... Any stage works basically. I believe the Emerald Coast is the fastest just simply because of where you spawn in. It spawns you in pretty low and close to the kill plane. But yeah, it's a strange coincidence where it just happens to be the one that works.
We didn't actually get to watch this cutscene with Sonic, so now we get to watch it with Tails. If you were sad this game didn't have enough cutscenes, well, here you go.
Come on, we get to show it. Ooh. But yeah, first thing I'm going to do with Tails is we're going to go and grab a very quick upgrade. But don't worry, Tails does get cutscene skips, we'll get to them. There's actually has one coming up really soon actually. But first I'm going to go ahead, we're going to go and grab the jet anklet, which is an upgrade that makes you fly faster. Which for a character revolving entirely around flying, kind of useful, kind of cool.
Yeah, this is a power-up that's very funny. I like to watch a lot of casual players like play the game for the first time, and they had no idea this power-up exists. And as soon as they get it and they start flying with Tails, they're like, whoa!
Whoa.
It is so immediately noticeable how much faster Tails is.
It really is.
It's not minor. Like, it is such a dramatic speed difference.
It really is. Like, I feel like they went way too far with it. Like, I feel like they weren't planning on going that much.
No, I'm glad they did, though.
I know, right? It makes it really fun. You can get some insane speed and insane movement with it. But here we go. First, this is Tails' first cutscene skip. Just like Egg Hornet, except we fly into the kill plane. And then there we go. Cutscene skipped.
You know, I kind of forgot about Tails Egg Hornet, can't lie. So hopefully we hit him more than once.
Hopefully. Practicing jump cancels, because this is how we're going to do Egg Hornet, assuming everything goes right. So you know how with Sonic we just spam the A button? With Tails, we are going to spam A and X. And... Oh,
I messed that up so bad.
But yeah, Tails can one-cycle Egg Hornet by doing jump cancels, which is basically rolling between A and X. And when you do that, Tails still has a hitbox around him that you can do damage. There we go.
There we go. I'm going to keep him down for a little longer. There we go. I got 4 hits on him.
Nice.
Just to prove a point.
Yeah. If you get the pattern right, you can actually keep Egg Hornet down there more or less instantly. Like, not instantly, but like for a really long time.
Yeah, if you keep hitting him repeatedly, you can hold him down infinitely.
Yeah.
Which is awesome.
But yeah, 2-cycle, we'll take a 2-cycle. 2 cycles are really good. And then we get to watch this cutscene again. Ooh. Oh, let's stretch a second. You don't really notice it in this version because we're playing in Japanese, but I really like the fact that, like, we get different perspectives, like everyone's different view of things. Which is a small thing, but I always thought it was kind of cool. Is this the story with Eggman has terrible aim, or did I just have a funny thing happen? I'm kind of curious, because I'm pretty sure this isn't where
Oh yeah.
the emerald should bounces off Kale Zero.
Yeah, watch the emerald.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh yeah, it is one. Okay. Yeah. I was trying to remember if something weird happened where it's Tails. No, it's Tails. The emerald just bounces off. I don't know why that happens. I know, maybe that Chaos realized during the Sonic story, it's like, these emeralds don't work that well. And just decided to go turn against it. It's like when you feed a cat, but they don't want to be fed, so they just sort of throw it away.
This song is incredible, by the way. This song, like, doesn't actually show up in the DX run at all, anywhere.
No.
But we get to listen to it so much in this run, which is awesome.
There's so many songs that there's so many songs in the game that I use purely during like cutscenes and stuff that you don't hear in DX, but in this version we get to hear them so much. And I love it. The soundtrack's amazing.
Like Event Sadness and Event Goodbye.
I know. I love this song so much. Anyway, we're gonna grab the Leaf Stone, gonna go into Windy Valley. And there we go. There we go. And then so Windy Valley, we got to race Sonic. That's kind of the whole point of Tails races Sonic. I mean, I say that, but we're kind of just sort of gonna jump off the edge and fall to the end. And we get to see how much of a cheat Sonic really is.
Yeah, so doing this, you can see Sonic refuses to give Tails any sort of leg room.
Yeah.
To the point where he is just cheating.
It's actually possible to still fall down and still lose.
Yeah, we can actually see that in Casinopolis. If you take too long to set up Penis Smasher, which we're going to be coming up on pretty soon, you can actually lose to Sonic. Like, if you get Penis Smasher around 30 seconds into attempts, then Sonic will teleport straight to the Emerald and prevent you from being able to win.
Yeah. The reason Sonic teleports is simply because if he doesn't, he would fall through and die. I have no idea what happens if Sonic dies during Tails' story. But that is the reason why he's warping around, is because they don't want him to die. So I'm assuming something would happen. But yeah, we're gonna line up. Oh, it's reading chat, okay.
Alright. Who's ready to get their penis smashed? Here we go.
Penis smasher. We have got permission to use it, to say the word, to say the name. Woo. So we're gonna line up here. Nope. There we go.
Oh, let's go!
Ooh, let's go. Sonic assist, we got it. But yeah. But yeah, shout outs to Venom for that one. For finding that trick and coming up with the world's greatest name.
So that was assisted smash. You know, there is an IL strat or a much faster. I attempted self smash. I actually got an assisted smash from Sonic.
Yeah, that's not one.
But there is an IL strat where you get out of position to trigger the door to close, and then you run back in and quickly get back into position, which is mad hard. But that is self-penis smashing. Otherwise, the assisted penis smash is whenever Sonic runs through, then Sonic causes the door to close, and then the door closes and opens repeatedly at a very predictable pattern, so you can get it and set up.
Yeah. Essentially what's happening, we're just using the door to clip out of bounds. It's pushing us through. It's a very particular setup to get it to work. That's one of those ones where I always thought it would work. Like, it was an idea, but I could never do it. And I was like, well, I'm just like, this doesn't make sense for it to work. And then Venom did it anyway. Because that's what he do.
ソニック、顔性メラルドは
1個は奪われたけど、前に取った1個は無事だ。あいつも必死だな。
これでエメラルド
But
は
actually, speaking of, another Trick Venom fan's coming up soon as well.
負けていられないよ、ソニック
Coming to Ice Cap again. Now, for anyone that might have been a bit disappointed because we didn't do snowboarding in Sonic Story, don't worry. Tails gets to do it instead.
It's true. Tails does get to do the snowboard.
It would be a weird time if one day we found out how to just get off the board. Waiting for some rocks to fall, entering into Ice Cap pretty soon. Ice Cap 20 Tails is one of my favorite stories. Like, I've made it no secret how much I love Tails, and Tails also has one of my favorite story stages in general, which we're not there just yet. But we're gonna get to.
I love playing as Tails, but the structure of Tails' story sometimes makes me... Oh, it makes me so mad. Just the way that it works, right? Because, like, we're about to get to the part of Tails' story I don't like, TM, where we're doing Ice Cap now, right? Which is a little bit of a deviation from the traditional gameplay style Tails has. And then immediately after this, we go into Chaos 4, which, now, we fought with Sonic already. It wasn't really fun then. It's not really fun now.
Yeah, Tails.
And then, you know, Sky Chase. Tails also does Sky Chase. And then, Sand Hill, which is more snowboarding. And then Sky Chase 2.
Yeah, it's... Tails has 5 action stages. But... half of Tails' game is just sub-games, basically.
Yeah.
You know, because we get 5 action stages, 3 sub-games. I guess you could maybe count this as a sub-game, Ice Cap. Because it is in the sub-game menu, it's not really like using Tails' normal controls, so I guess you could also count this. But yeah, it's half sub-game, half story. Okay, and here we go, this is Ice Cap Skip. Another one that was found by Venom. We jump over the edge and just sort of slowly fall down. Can we land on the upper path? Yes, we can. Let's go. Taking the upper path. Yeah, there's no invisible wall on the side. Ah, okay. Yeah, what we were trying to do something called a super jump, where if you time the board jump to literally the like edge of the ramp, Tails would get a massive boost of speed and then go further than is intended.
I just barely jumped too early, which clipped me on the top there. I could have done awesome and been able to fly straight to the end, but I did just barely miss it, unfortunately.
Yeah, just barely. But fine, also we are coming. Oh no way, look, found another packet of raisins.
Another packet of raisins.
Let's go!
Huge!
Oh. And we're back with Knuckles. Also, okay, you may notice with us not spamming the rival battles, there's a reason for that. They have invincibility frames. If you hit them during the invincibility frames, they will reset and then replay all over again, but they won't take any damage.
Yeah, that's called a phantom hit. If you keep hitting a rival battle while they're in their iframes, instead of being normal, the game will actually give them more iframes.
It just restarts them all over again, so you kind of have to
It doesn't count as a hit.
No, it doesn't.
顔性エメラルドわしも楽をしたいのでなお前の性格利用させても
You
ら
know,
うか
which is a
どういうこともしかして
I don't know. Like rival battles in this game are strange.
に騙されたのかうるさい単純というかなん
Like they don't count as a stage, but they count as story progression. Seems weird.
これで4個目じゃ
But we're coming up to Chaos 4 again, yay!
おー
Tails Chaos 4 actually has a smaller health bar by one single point. You have one less hit to do. Also, Tails has more control over Chaos 4's RNG. We didn't really go into it with Sonic because we didn't experience it, which is good. But there is a move Chaos 4 can do that loses 10 seconds each time he does it. Tails can avoid that by simply flying.
なんとかしなくちゃ
So as long as we're flying around, Chaos 4 should be perfectly fine. Assuming we get off the ground early enough for the first hit. There we go. Nice.
I didn't get
Just
blue balled
nice. Let's
immediately.
go.
Yes.
Let's go. Yeah, for some reason, with Tails, you can avoid blue balls throughout the fight, pretty easily. But the first one, for some reason, likes to do it really early.
Yeah, so we're not just saying that to be risque. There actually is an attack where Chaos 4 turns into a bunch of blue balls, and if he turns into said blue balls, that loses you 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Which is so sad. You immediately cry.
It is the worst RNG you can get for this fight. It's like ultimately what you want to get is you want to get the splash attack. That is the fastest move Chaos 4 can do. So you want to get as much as possible. Tails we can manipulate it and get it basically every time. As long as you're in the air and away from Chaos, well, with Tails it's just being in the air. It should never do blue balls and you should only ever get the splash attack. Sonic, a little bit different. We have to kind of basically pray and hope. You can increase your chances of getting the splash by keeping your distance and jumping and being in the air. Tails, we don't worry about that. We just fly.
What is going on?
Okay.
I could have died!
Imagine dying after the end. That would... It's not even a cutscene after that to skip. I don't think it would work anyway.
Yeah, that would have been absolutely tragic. I genuinely have no idea what would have happened. I've never seen that happen
No,
before.
So you're saying we get the line said?
Yeah, that's never happened before.
There we go.
Said the line. Said the line. Soft reset, skipping a small cutscene. That's a very small time save, but that's one that's less about time save and more about getting a few lives back, which is really useful.
ソニック追いかけよ
And granted, does Tails have any more cutscene skips after this?
うブレードだぞ
I don't know if I'm gonna get that, I can't remember. It's fine.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I can't.
We were working on Deep Throat Skip, but we couldn't actually figure that out. There's a point in time where Froggy, who's going to show up pretty soon in the story, just swallows an emerald with the most hilarious sound ever. And we've been trying our hardest to find a way to skip that cutscene.
Yeah.
But despite everything, it just doesn't seem like it's going to happen.
ソニックちょっと待ってて
I think this Tails actually cutscene skip is unfortunate, yeah. But we did find one method for skipping the cutscene for a deep throat skip basically. But it required using an item which took forever to get, so.
Yeah. It was mentioned in chat, but I actually did go for the Sky Chase cutscene skip, but I bumped on an invisible wall, so I wasn't actually able to do anything.
Yeah.
Like, rather than turn around and try and set it up just to inevitably fail it, I just decided screw it and flew up to the top. That cutscene, skipping this cutscene is very annoying.
Yeah. But like, you find it difficult with Sonic. For Tails, you have to clip underneath, and that small pool of water goes very slightly underneath, and you can use that, and you can sort of essentially what you do is you just drown.
Hey, we're back to Sky Chase. So, production, if you've got anything you want to say, great time for it again.
All right, thank you very much. So, we are raising money for Somos Familia Vaya. It is a community dedicated to support, empower, train, and mobilize their families and allies for racial, gender, environmental, and economic justice. Somos Familia Vaya promotes LGBTQ affirming homes, safer schools, and healthier communities through our values. A commitment to being our authentic selves, community compassion, and integration, family courage, intersectionality, and cultural humility. And if you or you know anyone that wants to get involved with Somos Familia Vaya, you can go directly to their site and see all that they have to offer. You can directly sign up to become a member of Somos Familia for free in order to get updates on activities and events that the community hosts. They also host free LGBTQ plus youth programs both in person and virtually, so that youth ages 12 to 17 who are LGBTQ plus immigrant, people of color, and their allies can have a space to make new friends and discuss the issues and ideas that matter to them. The group also learns about mental health, diversity, inclusion, and the power of community advocacy, organizing, and social justice to help youth create change together.
All right, awesome. Glad to be here helping out a fantastic cause.
For sure, it's always cool to help out. You know, show off a game we love, help out a good cause. Best of both worlds.
Yeah, showing off the game that we love. You know, we've talked on our soapbox a lot about Sonic Adventure.
Yeah.
Honestly, shockingly little tonight. You know, normally during these marathon setting runs, we've got so much downtime that we typically find ourselves just rambling on about how much we like the game.
Yeah,
that hasn't happened yet.
Give it time.
I'm sure it will. We'll definitely get more of that later. But
one second, another
you know, to anybody who's ever watched a static speedrun, or to anybody who's ever watched an SA1 speedrun, anyone who's ever participated in the community at all, during this brief little moment here, I just want to give a shout out to everybody. Everyone who's ever played the game, you have all helped shape it in some small way, even if you don't think so. Just playing the Xbox version of the game, or PlayStation version of the game, at all, puts your times for the stages on the in-game IL leaderboard, which actually has some validity outside of the very obviously cheated ones at the top, with like negative times. But all of that helps grow the community a little bit. Watching this, supporting these awesome causes, all of that helps. It helps everybody. It's nice. It's just nice to be here with such a nice, loving community.
It is. Like, we've put so much work into what the community has come to basically growing into now, that I could not be more happy where it is.
Yeah. You know, we were mentioning this little bit of small history stuff earlier. Sonic Adventure DX has had a huge community for a very long time. And there's always, every day someone runs the game. Someone has been running the game every day since 2005, 2006, I think it were. But, you know, only in the year 2023 was there ever a point in time where more than one person turned on their Dreamcast to play this game at the same time. And we've started to see some really special moments where we can have tournaments now. We can have races. There's a competitive community of enough people to have tournaments, to race each other, to play the game, to fill the leaderboards. There's interest, there's hype. There's storylines now with people that have like just been back and forth on the leaderboard. New discoveries keep being made. I feel like this wave of almost like new nostalgia. It's a weird feeling where it feels like since everything is so new right now, I'm already feeling nostalgic for the future. Like, I know I'm gonna look back on the time right now in 5 years and think about how great the community was and always has been since its early inception. So, this is my small soapbox to just say shout-outs to everybody who's played SA1. Love you guys a lot. And now let's go look at the frog deep throat something. Turn your headphones up for the sound effect. It is really funny.
I love it. Sound effects in this game.
It gets me every time.
This game has some really weird sound effects, especially in the US version, or what we sometimes like to call international, like non-GP.
International.
Because to fill up space in that game on the disc, because they had to remove certain things, they also needed to make the game exactly the same size of a disc. They put random sound effects in. For example, there is a fart and a plate. I think there's a knife in there somewhere as well.
Yeah, those sound effects are never used. They're there just to fill dummy
Just
data.
for dummy data. But they exist in the game, so it's kind of funny. So, it's good to know even Sonic Team in 1998, or I guess 99, I guess, was still about as immature as we are.
Yeah.
Baby, this is Sandhill. This is one of my favorite stages. Like, I love Sandhill. Like, unironically, I actually love Sandhill. It's one of those stages where to do it fast requires just requires a hell of a lot. You cannot make a single mistake in this stage. Like, you need a both.
I think that Sandhill was crazy. Like, that Sandhill wasn't perfect, but that Sandhill, with the minor recovery, was very strong.
That was actually a very solid time. Like a very nice Sandhill.
あれ僕砂漠にいたはずなのに
Yeah, Sandhill's
I know,
a very nice stage.
どういうこと
I know you're a big Sandhill fan, but I'm a big fan of when Sandhill is over, because that means that we can almost get to Sky Chase 2, which means we can almost get to Sky Deck, which means we can almost play the game again.
Let's play the game again. Let's go.
リズムブローチね
We're so close to being able to play the game again. Just a few more cutscenes and one more Sky Chase 2, and then we get 2 stages.
2 stages. Yeah, 2 stages and a single boss fight.
行うものそうは
And it gets to one of my favorite categories. Ooh.
I love how Tails feels. I think Tails is some of the most fun stages in the game. But man, if this story structure doesn't conflict with my interests.
It's like, I love the, like, Tails feels so fun to control and just fly around with.
He feels amazing.
But half the stage you're not allowed to fly in.
こう続くの
Yeah, almost literally.
Because we've got Ice Cap, can't fly in that stage. Sky Chase is Sky Chase. Sandhill, you also can't fly in that stage.
Well, I mean, you fly in Sky Chase.
I mean, yeah, but you know,
混沌も滑るもの
I don't know if you'd.
In the most literal sense of the
In the most
word.
literal sense of the word, yeah.
わからないけど7つのっていうのが引っかかるのよ
Yeah, it's most of Tails' story. You don't get to play as Tails, which is actually a weird thing to think about.
エメラルドあなた初めてお会いするわねお名前はなんていうの私はチカル
If they ever do make a full remake of this game, which I doubt they ever will, but if they do, I would really like them to give Tails more stages. Like, that's like my one request. If they could leave the game almost exactly intact, but give Amy more stages, give Tails more stages, and then leave the rest of the game exactly as it was, this game would be almost perfect.
Yeah, like, honestly, the way I would probably go about it is simply just allow you to play as the characters in other stages and then modify the layout. So you could do, say, Tails in Red Mountain or something.
I know this might be a controversial take, and this might also be, like, you know, biased, but I also don't think you should be allowed to skip the cutscenes. I think that pressing the start button to skip the cutscenes is overrated. I think tricks to skip cutscenes are awesome. I think that's sick. That's such a big part of this game's identity that you can't get rid of it.
You know, it's literally like what has become the identity of this game. It's probably one of the biggest things that separates SA1 from Side X.
Yeah. And for good reason.
Yeah.
いよいよこの時が来た
Because this is so fun.
試作機より強度を上げてある
There we go, entering back into another sky chase.
完成はしているんだあとはこれを
Ugh.
ソニック今行くよ
But yeah, I don't know. I'd love to see like this. Like I don't know if I'd want a full-on remake. Actually, no, I think I'd rather go the full way instead of trying to do some weird port. But you know, I'd love to see like the game remade or something to have more playable characters. Not more playable characters, more playable stages, I guess. Because there's some characters like Amy. Amy only gets 3 stages, and she's so fun to control. Oh, you'll get to Amy when we get to her, but you know, I really have a lot of potential for this game that I'd love to see.
捕まえたぞキャリア
I like you left the capsule. Nope.
Yeah, Sonic. Sonic, are you gonna hit the
We're
capsule?
just gonna leave. Nope.
Sonic, the animals.
Oh, well, okay. Guess they're staying there. Also, okay, I love the fact during that cutscene, Sonic tries to do basically do the homing cancel. It's not intentional.
Yeah, he does the homing attack cancel.
The reason that happens is because he hits the collision of that weird light thing on the edge.
Is that what's happening? I thought he just did a homing cancel for swag. I thought, oh wow.
No, it's because he's hitting the fish.
I didn't realize he was hitting that collision there. That's funny.
He hits it and slides around it.
So you can tell that we've definitely like gone a little bit crazy because we know the ins and outs of what the cutscenes are like.
Yeah, there's we are one of the few console games that can actually say we have things like collision viewers and debug mode on console. So we've dived into the game pretty deep.
Very much thanks to Squeepy. You know, we have an in-game debug mode, we have an in-game collision viewer, we have in-game tools for everything. We've got practice tools, we've got save states, all on console. All on original hardware. So you don't even have to like get on emulator to do save states and practice. Even if you're playing on original hardware, you can save state and practice the harder stuff.
Yeah.
I think that's super cool.
Like, the amount of progress that has been made in this game, because like, a lot of it's for the sake of accessibility. You want as many people to play the game as possible.
Yeah, 100%. You know, so much of this game has been pushed with the idea that just get more people in. You know, if you've been enjoying the run, you think the run is cool, and you've been thinking this is fun, you should play it. You know, give it a shot. Give it a try. You might like it a lot. You'd be surprised. A lot of people during our most recent tournament were like, I'm not sure if I'm gonna like SA1, but I'll give it a try because playing in a tournament is always fun. And then almost everybody on their side of it was like, wait, this category is actually flames. Super fun.
This game is really so much fun. It's like, and if you've played, say, Sad Eggs, for example, or like any game in general, this game does not feel like anything you've experienced.
No, it feels so
different. It's so weird. And that, by the way, that's weird, but not in a bad way. Like, it feels so tight and so good to control. Like, a lot of time, if a mistake happens, it's not because the game just screwed up. It's most likely simply because you just angled wrong or something. Like, everything in the game is within your control, outside of the obvious RNG stuff.
Like, if you want to do another like DX comparison directly, in DX, the game doesn't feel necessarily tight in a bad way, but like Sadix feels like ultra tight, like ultra responsive, and Sonic is just like blisteringly fast in that game. But in Sonic Adventure 1, Sonic is heavy. He feels like heavy. He feels like a brick house. You know, dude is built. He feels jacked. He is so heavy. So moving around Sonic, you'll notice very quickly that Sonic doesn't jump as high. Sonic doesn't have as high of a jump speed. Like, he doesn't have as high of a jump height, and then he doesn't have as many hover frames. So a lot of the more technical, difficult stuff is even harder. Just SA1 is an inherently very difficult game, but because of that, it's also led to a lot of creativity with a lot of easier strats. There's a lot of stuff to mitigate that, which makes the run super diverse. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's like SA1 is a hard game once you get to that point, but actually just getting in and starting learning the game, honestly, it's not that bad. Like, there's a definite entrance and a definite entryway to get you in.
For sure. And, you know, as we've preached tons of times now, you know, you don't have to just play this game on hardware. We got options. It's the year 2023.
All right,
we got options.
We're in the future.
It's the future, baby.
Let's go.
You guys, you can do anything.
We got the emulator runs. Like, if you wanted to try the game, but you're like, I don't really feel like picking up a Dreamcast, try emulator.
That's cool.
You know? You may be like, oh, those are actually kind of cool. I may now pick up a Dreamcast.
You got a Dreamcast and it catches on fire. You're like, oh, my disk drive.
Oh,
what am I going to do? Well, thankfully for you, there's GDEMU.
It's like, we really have done everything we can to make it where there is no excuse to not playing the game.
Unless you don't want to.
You don't want to, which is fair enough. I am about to for sure. Yeah.
But you should.
You should.
But you should want to. You should play the game.
I love this game. It's so cool. We're getting back on the soapboxes again.
Exactly. You're like, oh, but this game looks so hard. Oh, this game looks like a big commitment. It's not. Just don't be a baby. Just play it. It doesn't matter if you have a 2-hour long time. Your next run won't be.
Like, we've been running the game for how long is that? Like 2 years now? Something like that?
Almost 3.
Almost 3. Wow.
Hey, whenever I started running this game, so my first ever run was an All Stories run, actually. And we're going to be able to directly compare it by the end of this. My first ever run for this game was just over 6 hours.
Yeah. It takes some time to get to where we're at right now.
I've come a long way, but you can too, is my point.
Yeah.
We don't pop out, you know, with the gamer genes. Gamer genes aren't real. That's probably what people will try to tell you. If you want to play SA1, just play it. We'll love you regardless.
Like, come join us, we'll set you up, we'll teach you everything. Someone will literally sit in a Discord call with you and be like, hey, we will teach. I want to teach this game. But no way, Tails has a stage.
I know, right? I forgot he had those.
This is Skydeck. Skydeck, for Tails, actually, I will be honest, I do not remember what the stage looks like. Outside is one path. There's a...
Well, it looks, kind of like that.
There is a bunch of, like, random side areas you can go to that I have not been to in so long, I do not remember them. All I remember is, like, one straight line through the middle.
Yeah, that was Tails Skydeck.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you're like, wow, there was a lot of waiting to get here, and that was the stage? Yeah.
Yeah. That's Tails, unfortunately.
That's true. Don't worry, though.
We're not done yet.
Tails has a very substantial stage coming up in about 10 minutes. So this is why we get Tails out of the way early in all stories, at least why I like to. I like this category a lot, but the amount of cutscenes is a little ridiculous. But thankfully, moving on from this, we get into Knuckles, which has the least amount of cutscenes out of any story? Question mark?
I don't know. I mean, it definitely has one of the longest intro cutscenes for sure.
Yes, the intro cutscene for Knuckles is very long.
I also have that,
but
I don't think it's actually that long, actually. I think the only one that I guess you could say is after Lost World, I want to say. I think they need to immediately think of where the stages are actually, not stages, the cutscenes are just ridiculously long.
Disco. Dota Eguma. I love Gamma's Japanese voice. It's so good.
I know, right? Also the fact that Gamma uses katakana for the text boxes instead of hiragana like everyone else does, because it's a robot.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Every other character uses hiragana for its for the Japanese subtitles. Gamma uses katakana, which is a common thing they do in Japan for like robots and stuff. So yeah, that's why it's katakana.
Does it switch back? Like, does it switch at the end of the game? Whenever he becomes more, like, not robot-y? That would be really cool.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it stays it for the entirety of the thing. Because katakana is usually used for loan words and for onomatopoeia. But then they do it for other stuff to be fancy.
Makes sense.
Yeah. It's a stylistic choice, which kind of makes sense for Gamma.
Oh, so we actually have another funny thing coming up. So, very briefly, we're going to see a very awesome cutscene of Eggman dropping a nuclear bomb on a city full of civilians. And that's not the awesome part. So, after Eggman's Oppenheimer attempt becomes an Oopsenheimer, he has to go run in and try and, like, fix the bomb himself. But whenever he's, like, breaking through the wall to get through to Speed Highway, it's got this really funny, awful song that only appears in that one cutscene and nowhere else in the game. The first time I ever heard it was when I was listening to the soundtrack. Just like I had the soundtrack on in the background, like the OST, while I was editing a video or something. And then I heard that song and I was like, when in the world does this song play?
Yes. I remember when the first time I heard that song back in like DX, I'm just like, what is this? It's actually accurate. Pretty accurate, that is. Like, I swear, like, hold on, am I synced up properly? I think it's gone too far. Hold on.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be in like 4 minutes.
But yeah.
It's at the near the end of this cutscene.
Yeah. Yeah.
Station Square at sunset looks so good.
It does. It really does. The cool thing about Tale Story, which we didn't do in this go through, is you can actually do Speed Highway early, which is one of the things which is faster if done well, but also loses quite a bit of time if you don't do it well.
Yeah, if you make a single mistake during the whole process of Speed Highway early, which we call fast food route, you actually lose like oodles of time. Like we're talking multiple minutes.
Yeah, that is a 2-step process where you go into casino, you do Speed Highway early, usually after like casino. Well, before casino actually. You go into Speed Highway, that counts Speed Highway as beaten. And then when you get to this part where we're at now, you go into Speed Highway again, exit out, and you can skip the cutscene before the final boss. So you have a trick at the beginning and a trick at the end. If you mess up either of them, you're losing a bunch of time.
Nuclear missile. See, I don't know what Eggman's problem is here, because he's very much in the blast radius.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Wait, what was the ideal?
Yeah, like, what is your major malfunction, dude? Like, he's absolutely gonna get taken out by this too. Look how close it is!
Oh. I've actually never thought about that. Like, what was Eggman's plan? If that blew up, what was his plan?
Like, he wouldn't have even succeeded with anything. It's not like he knew Tails was there. Like, his goal wasn't specifically to nuke Tails. He would have done nothing. He'd have just nuked the city and died. For no reason. Here it is, there's the song. And it's gone. That's it.
It's like, you could tell...
That's the only appearance.
That song was trying to be like, oh, here's high tension, you know, because like the fast movement, upbeat stuff. But it sounds so hokey. It just sounds hokey as all hell.
It sounds so goofy.
It's just, but it's the only time in the whole game you hear it. Like, it's so weird.
ことであって僕は変わることができた
Yeah, we're gonna come up to the end of Tails. Tails has Speed Highway. Speed Highway is probably outside Sandhill. Speed Highway is probably one of the best.
走り出さないといけないんだ
Oh yeah. As far as like Tails,
Yeah.
this is the best Tails stage.
Yeah.
Like this stage is awesome.
For sure, because Windy Valley we fall to the end. Xenopus has a fun name, has a cool trick, but we fall to the end. And we get Sky Chase, Sandhill, all the sort of like basically non-existent stages. Skydeck's a straight line, and Speed Highway actually has some fun platforming.
Yeah, Speed Highway is like the main stage in the game that really takes advantage of Tails' moveset. This stage is super fun, no matter what route you take, really.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
No pole hop. Runs invalid. Oh no.
Sad.
You can land the pole and save a slight bit of time. Taking the bottom route, and with that we have saved a second.
やった
Awesome final time.
Oh, for sure. 6169. Nice.
Nice. That is such a sick stage too. I love Speed Highway.
I do.
Like if there was more stages that were structured like Speed Highway, oh man, Tails' story would be worth the wait. Also, I want to point out, we are very well on our way to finish 2 stories in under 2 hours.
Wait.
The 2 biggest stories, by a lot, by the way.
Yeah, like, these really are the biggest stories in the game. Sonic and Tails. After this, most of them aren't that long. You're looking at like half an hour for each, I want to say.
Yeah,
Just
half an
about
hour, maybe 40 minutes at worst.
Yeah, at worst.
怖くない怖くないぞ
But yeah, after this point,
僕一人だって
because most of the characters after this point don't have that many stages. Gamma gets, I think, like 4, is it? Yeah, Gamma gets like 4.
Yeah.
Amy gets about 3. But yeah, final boss for Tails, we're gonna hit the light on his shoe. Do that, and because you saw the weird glitch out thing that the Egg Walker did, that is because they forgot to remove the debug feature of the Y button in this boss fight. So if you press the Y button, you reset Egg Walker's animations. Oh no.
He stepped on me.
Oh no. But yeah, we hit the light, hit the egg. Y button ends the reanimation, resets it, and then we repeat the process. Now, one thing I want to be careful of for this boss fight in particular is that we use the Y button because it's a left and debug feature. If you spam it too much, you can actually soft lock the boss fight. And to the point where sometimes Walker will just literally walk away.
Wow. I did miss a hit on him. I'm getting kind of rolled right now by Egg Walker. Very unfortunate.
Egg Walker moment. But
That's okay.
That's more than okay. Yep.
Even like across the entire game, I gotta say, no matter how much I practiced it, Egg Walker has always been one of my weakest aspects. I am notoriously bad at this boss. I have lost a lot of phenomenal paces to it. No matter how much I practice it, I never really feel like I can ever get the hang of it. But that is just a skill issue. It's really not that bad. It is just a me thing. Once I get past the mental block, it'll all be good. Besides, he's gone.
He's gone
a
now.
bummer now.
There you go.
Still, 2 stories, the biggest 2, well done, well under 2 hours. So we are on a super nice pace.
Oh, we really are. I'm going to come into what's my favorite, probably my favorite story in the game.
やった
My favorite category outside of the obvious 130.
Yatta!
僕一人でもやれたんだ
Whatever Tails just walks in a circle.
That's so we can build up the speed.
You can build at the speed. You can fly. Just jump.
We didn't know that.
No, I think
It's not. Tails didn't know he could fly.
I think you're just taking the admiration. I mean, to be fair, I do the same. But like, yeah, that was me. I did that.
Yeah, that was the end of
That
Tails'
was the end of
story.
Tails'
So that went okay.
Yeah.
That's GG 2 out of 6. We've reached the credits of another story, or 2 out of 7, really.
Mm-hmm.
So while it may seem like, oh man, 2 stories in 2 hours, that feels like that's going to take 7 hours for us to get through. No, actually, not even close. So you'll notice very fast that we'll most likely be able to just smash through the rest of the stories. They are so much shorter.
They really are. Like 5 hour estimate, and most of that is Sonic and Tails. And there's a good chance we won't even touch the 5 hour estimate. There you go, Tails over and done with. Then we get to move on to, you know, everyone's favourite red character, Mighty the Armadillo. Hey mate, that's Knuckles, hold on a minute. Wrong game.
Moving on to the Chuckler himself. So, Knuckles is a fun story. You've played this game before, probably, so you know all about Knuckles' gameplay.
I love Knuckles.
So,
Knuckles is my favourite category, other than 130.
yeah.
And of course, you know, it will be the one full of RNG.
True. I'm not the strongest Knuckles runner ever, but I do think the category is very fun.
It really is. I love Knuckles. There's a lot of cool things Knuckles gets. There's a lot of piece memorization and sort of optimizing your route, the route you want to take. I love Knuckles. It was a lot of fun.
This game is so pretty. It's so dark, but it's so pretty.
I know. No, Knuckles just kind of sort of just chilling there, as you do. But yeah,
It's Jimmy.
would we get? But this guy name's Jimmy. I don't know.
I mean, kinda.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe like this is Chaos Zero and Jimmy just sort of hiding behind somewhere. Jimmy just like, I want nothing to do with this.
Jimmy, you know, we mentioned it a bit ago, but we didn't really have time to elaborate on it. We can elaborate on it now.
Yeah, I got time.
So, we have this category extension called Sonic Adventure CX, which is a modified version of the game / cheat code using the Codebreaker disc, which allows you to skip the cutscenes by pressing the start button. Now, you know, we're running vanilla Sonic Adventure today, completely unmodded, unaltered on original hardware, just the game as it is. But CX has this very funny side effect of the way that it skips cutscenes. So, much like in vanilla SA1, the way that it skips cutscenes is by killing you. Because of that, if you die in a boss arena, that makes you start the boss over again. So for instances like, you know, Chaos Zero, for instance, in the very beginning of Sonic's story, it is actually faster to kill Chaos Zero twice to skip the cutscene flag than watch the cutscene after Chaos Zero. Yeah. So we have named the second Chaos Zero, or the Chaos Zero refight, Jimmy.
Yeah.
No particular reason. Just funny.
Yeah. You know, that's a common trope with a lot of things in the game, where we come up with names. It's not because it makes sense. It's just funny.
I would say most of them make sense, though. Like Raisin Launch and Canada Clip. Kind of not. I'd probably pick the 2 examples that match the least. I'm thinking.
Yeah, probably did. Oh, Speed High. Okay, let's see what set we're gonna get. So, you just explain how Knuckles works. There are 3 pieces of emerald. That's your piece 3. The radar will beep to tell you how close you are. Red means close, blue means not close enough. And so what we essentially
Wait,
do...
what?
Yeah, oh yeah, that one. Then you put some last pieces down there. Okay. But yeah. Okay.
Got
That was a decent set. Actually, no, it was an okay set. But yeah, the way Knuckles works is there are 3 pieces for you to find. Each pulls from a pool, so you have pool 1, 2, and 3. And it will give you a piece. So if you pick up, say, a piece 3, you no longer need to check the other pieces. You'll only need to look for pieces 1 and 2. So it's a matter of sort of process of elimination. It's like, okay, I found this one, which means I know it's not going to be any of these places. So I'm going to check the other ones. A lot of it is also just finding out the route you want to take. Find out a route to scan for pieces, and then pick them up as you come across them. Or ignore them. Sometimes it's actually faster to ignore a piece, and then come back for a layer. Then it's to grab it right there. Then we're entering into Casinopolis. With a very nice piece 1, okay. And then piece 2 is in the statue. Oh, piece 3 is. And then piece 2 is in the enemy in front of the vault. There's no way that's a piece. Yep. No, it's not. Okay, wait, what's your piece 2?
No. It's above me, so it's gonna be the one.
Oh, it's the one near the lion.
Gear.
I always forget this piece.
Yeah.
Lion piece, yeah. Because there are most of the pieces in this stage, you can actually see them before you reach the first spring. But I always forget this piece exists.
Yeah, these sets have been pretty good, but part of the reason that I don't grind Knuckles too much is that I am comically unlucky.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that was a pretty
it does
decent
make
set.
it...
The only problem was...
No, this has been great. But I mean, there's... Most people know at this point that my RNG within this game is atypical.
Yeah.
To say the least.
Yeah.
So I don't spend a lot of time with Knuckles, which honestly does mean that Knuckles is one of my weaker aspects, not even just because of luck, just because of pure execution. My execution for Knuckles isn't as strong as I'd like it to be, but I still put on a good show. You know, I'm okay.
I think it's alright, I'm just kind of sabotaging your pieces, but it's fine. But we're gonna... So we're setting up for a cutscene skip for Knuckles, so... This is one of Knuckles, which is also Knuckles' hardest cutscene skip. We're gonna clip through here. This is the hardest part of this, is simply clipping out.
No.
No.
Yeah, this cutscene skip is very tough.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, so we're out.
Oh, I went so low.
Way too low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. Should I give it another try, or should I just take the cutscene?
One more try, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, this one is very tough. Knuckles runners are crazy because they get this stuff. They get this one so fast.
Nice clip. Okay. So we're gonna walk off, and then that should be fine. No, it wasn't. Oh.
That's crazy. Yeah, this cutscene skip is by far like.
Yeah, this is Knuckles' hardest one. Easily.
In my opinion, this might be the hardest one in the game, outside of the one that we don't do in Sonic Story. I have notoriously been very bad at this one, but it blows my mind that there are Knuckles runners that get this like it's no problem. Like the clip out, boom. The actual like cutscene skip itself, boom. And like I know I could get there with some more practice, right? I'm very accomplished in this game, but still, it cannot be understated how good the people at the top of the leaderboard for Knuckles are. Like Nimputs, Venom, Squeefy, you know, like Hypnotics. Everybody that's good at Knuckles is good at Knuckles. I do not put myself in that same ballpark just yet. I will one day.
Yeah, one day, you know.
It's not fit.
Gotta go for that all leaderboard sweep again.
It's true.
Yep.
I'm very close.
But yeah, the way that path
The only-
skip works is there's a couple of things to it. It's you need to delay the clip for about a second. So you need to hold the jump and then glide, and that clips you through. And then the fall off, if whatever works for you, I guess. Everyone does fit slightly different.
And here is, as far as I know, the only unique boss in the game that Sonic doesn't face.
I mean,
Oh, Zero. But
Zero, Egg
yeah.
Walker,
that's true.
all of the Gamma fights.
But I mean, okay. But I mean, we're talking like this is definitely the only Chaos form.
yeah, it's the new
that
Chaos one that
Sonic doesn't fight.
Yeah,
There ain't very many bosses in those games Sonic doesn't fight. There's one of them
Yeah.
for sure. So
yeah. So this is
Chaos 2.
an interesting fight where we can kind of do it fast. I mean, you can do it fast. It depends on how the boss wants to feel.
This fight is a run killer. Most of the bosses in this game are a complete joke, but Chaos 2 is brutal. This guy is hard, and he's right in the middle of the run.
Yeah, we've got methods to do this consistently, but yeah. Is it high? Nice.
I'm
So I want to stay quiet so I can actually concentrate on it, because that's a very difficult boss fight, and that was basically about as perfect you can ask for. That was clean.
Little bit of some scuffness on the first
Yeah,
hit,
the first
but
hit.
the rest of that,
Yeah. The rest of it was
the rest
bad.
of that I feel pretty good about.
Yeah. Because you didn't get a big ball, which is cool. Because like there's a chance
No.
where Chaos 2 will just turn to a giant ball. And you can end that by simply gliding into it, but again, that's a move that loses time. So
Yeah.
not getting that is cool. I'm pretty sure you can manipulate it to not get it like distance based or something, but I haven't found out what
Yeah,
that
I
is.
think the method that I do is I mimic Nim, and like I mimic Nimbut's current Knuckle Story World Record holder.
Yeah.
And the way that he does it seems to make sure that if you can like mimic his movement perfectly, it will never actually get Chaos 2 a chance to get into big ball form.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure. Because I'm moving it probably fast, because the way I do it is I will glide in a circle to line up properly. But I'm pretty sure the jumping method is actually faster. But we're going up to Knuckles' first upgrade. Well, and also the only one Knuckles actually going to grab in the whole game.
And there it is. The Shovel
Shovel
Claw.
claws. Shout out Shovel claws.
喋る苦労よ。土や岩の上で穴
Yep.
掘りができるの。
And also, interesting fact about this, about the Shovel claws, it is actually very possible, depending on how your RNG is, to go through the entire game and only use these once.
That's true.
Yep.
The only time you need to dig for anything is to get the Monkey Destruction switch
times, so-
to take out the Kiki in front of Red Mountain.
Oh yeah, and Lost World. Also Lost World. So 2.
Lost World.
The statue.
Oh, the
Yeah,
statue.
they are the 2 mandatory on every other stage, where if you wanted to, you could keep resetting stages and just never dig. Obviously, we wouldn't do that because that'd be a hell of a lot slower. But yeah,
But you could do
you
it.
could do it.
Nice line.
Nice. Like, speaking of digging, we're going to probably explain how pieces work in general. So, like, I know we said at the beginning of the game, you know, they're split into 3 pools, but the way it works is piece 1 generally is somewhere out in the open. You know, it's like a very easy, obviously, to see. Your piece 2 typically is with inside something, so maybe in the ground or in an enemy or something like that. And piece 3 are typically more level specific, so in Red Mountain, for example, all your piece 3s will be on a ledge somewhere, on a green ledge. So I was coming around for piece 2. Piece 2 is probably going to be an enemy below.
Yeah.
And
then it's this
piece
piece
3 is
over
on this
here.
ledge here.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a few ways to do Red Mountain. Some people opt to take the volcano, check that one first. Others will go down, scan for pieces, reset, and then grab any pieces up top if need be.
I checked for a couple of the easy pieces to locate initially, because like there's an immediate ping if there's one right below you. Then there's a mountain right by you you can grab.
Yeah. Digging for speed shoes, okay.
Nope.
There's a very small chance where you can dig, grab speed shoes, and it will save a little bit of time. But it is a very low chance of happening. I can't remember the exact percentage, but just know it's really low. Oh wow, look, another pack of raisins.
That is their third and final raisin launch in the game.
That is the last
All
one.
3 characters that participate in this fight do the same thing.
And the funny thing is everyone can do that clip, including Big. Even Big can clip out there.
I actually didn't know that Big can do it too.
Yeah, Big can do it too. Everyone can.
That's awesome.
It has no use at all for anyone outside of Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, but everyone can do it.
I mean, if Big can do it, can Big get the ice cap early?
How?
You're right. How would he get in?
Yeah. You have to figure out a way to jump, I guess. But then again, you need to get the ice key there anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, sorry for a little bit of a lack of insightful commentary here. We are really about to go into Chaos 4 for the 3rd time.
Yes.
Thankfully, it's the last time, and there's no extra sky chases, but...
Can you imagine if Knuckles went to Sky Chase as well?
Oh man, imagine if he tagged along for Sky Chase too.
The worst.
Oh.
Like,
But thankfully he doesn't.
yeah, imagine like Knuckles just shows up in Sky Chase 1, just like, yeah, I'm gonna come and help you. And then for
He's
some...
like, I have some finished business.
yeah. And then for some reason, after Lost World, Tails just picks him up. And then you're back to Sky Chase 2 again. I would hate that.
Yeah, imagine if they decided to have Knuckles Red Mountain be the same time as Sonic's. So they run into each other and then Tails picks them both up because Knuckles has finished business.
Oh, that would be the worst. But yeah, back to Chaos 4 again, yay. Just like Tails, we're gonna try and fly as much as possible. Because as long as you're in the air, you shouldn't get blue balls. It can still happen because you can sometimes just get unlucky and land. Wither has decided he disagrees with gravity though.
I've chosen not to listen to gravity. I'm just super jumping instead.
I'll be honest, I've never once thought to do this.
Really?
No, just glide everywhere.
I do this all the time. It's funny. Whenever I was a kid, this is actually how I got the emblem flying by the island.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I did this all the way out there.
Wow, okay.
Because I kept whiffing. Like, I kept missing the emerald shard. Or not the emerald shard, the emblem. So I just did this over there, so I had like the accuracy for it.
I never once thought about doing that. I should do that for 130s when I need to grab that beast. Just, you know. Like, oh no, I missed it. Let me just disagree with gravity.
Yeah, it's just the same input as task dashing, but with B and A.
That's so funny, but okay. But one more hit on Chaos 4. Well, Chaos 4 is done. Let's go. We never have to see
We're
it
finally
again.
done.
Chaos 4 is over.
No more Chaos 4.
Let's go.
Chaos 4 is over, party. He is done. Then once again, we can skip this awesome FMV cutscene.
Yeah, I stop for that. And Knuckles is probably the story where it matters the most to soft reset that cutscene.
Because you get the lives. It's huge. Life running for Knuckles was completely changed when we found out we could skip that cutscene.
Yeah, because it was...
That does so much.
Yeah, because before, it used to be that the route we took meant you entered Skydeck with 0 lives. The last stage, you entered and you had no lives. With this, we have 2 lives, I think.
2?
Yeah, 2 sounds right, yeah. That doesn't sound like a lot, but trust me, it's a lot.
There's a lot.
You know, we can...
It matters a lot.
It really does. We can actually reset Sky Chase. Not Sky Chase, Skydeck, I mean. Because before it's like, okay, whatever pieces you get, you better route your pieces to not have to restart the stage.
Yeah, so we're almost done with Knuckles.
Knuckles is a really cool.
Yeah, this is the halfway point of Sonic and Tails story, right? Like, we're not even. Like, this is like the 1/3 mark of Sonic and Tails.
Yeah.
But for Knuckles, this is almost the end. Like, his story, we're coming to a close. We've only got 2 stages, or really 1.5 stage left.
Yeah. I got a little bit of hub movement first before I get into Lost World. Just gonna grab these keys. Put them in. And then we get to enter Lost World. Lost World's a fun stage. That was...
It's okay.
it's fine.
We're fine.
It's fine. Also, not a Y button, enjoy your SMH.
Listen, I was a little scrambly. Made a mistake with that gold key, okay?
No Y button, enjoy your SMH. Or as some people like to say,
There's the speed shoes.
Great. Let's go jungle movement. Let's go. Preferably we'd want to get that outside of Red Mountain, but hey, we got it there, sure.
I have never actually dug speed shoes before.
Really?
So that's my first time ever doing it, yeah.
Let's go. I think I've done it once. We're gonna go up here. See, we've got a ping there, so we're gonna go through, and that's a door. Okay, never mind. No, you're not supposed to be here.
Nope. But I'm done here.
You're done. Yay.
That was a pretty solid Lost World. I like the movement that it did. Also, like the keys outside of the gold key mishap was pretty sick.
Yeah.
So that Lost World was nice.
That was very nice. But yeah, basically, the Sonic's ending is still there, along with the capsule. So we can just finish the stage that way, and that still counts.
It also skips a cutscene.
It does.
Huge.
It's massive. It's like, you may think, like, oh, is there a set there where, like, it may be faster? Nope. There's not a single set you can get that will be faster.
Especially with the cutscene.
Because all your P3s are at the top of the roof, or at the basic at the top of the room. Also, it is a really fun hunting stage, though. If you're ever curious to try out hunting, it is actually a lot of fun.
Yeah, I really like Skipless Lost World. That stage is very fun.
It is. I was messing around with a video today because, like, I want to like some Lost World stuff. The point out, like, that was the first time I'd ever actually seen the cutscene in Dreamcast. But after Lost World, because usually you spawn in that one room, which, you know, an interesting thing. But now we are in a really long cutscene where
何も心配することなんかないのよ
we get introduced to Cole, the Chow, and all this stuff. Like, oh look, stuff's happening, giving us information. There's a funny thing you can have happen here during this cutscene where if you position Knuckles just right, he kind of just dances on the stairs. Does a little jig. This is one of Knuckles' longest. I think it's a little bit shorter than the intro cutscene, or maybe a slightly longer. It's about the same. But after this, Knuckles' cutscenes are really short. So,
しかし何だったんだ今の
you know, there's
Yeah.
それより
Knuckles really doesn't have that many cutscenes
マスターエメラルド
in general. I mean, it makes like pretty short ones, but then you get a couple long ones like this.
It's kind of nice. Like, the way Knuckles is paced is that all of his cutscenes, he kind of has the same amount as every other story, but they're sandwiched into blocks.
Yeah. Because I saw at the beginning, we went from Speed Highway straight into Casino. You know. And then we went from Red Mountain, did Lost World a bit. And then this is like the big gap here. And then we're going to go into the final stage.
まだ足りないのか
So yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the way Knuckles is paced.
残りのかけらは
I say that as someone who doesn't pay attention to the cutscenes, but you know.
これはエッグマンの飛行要塞こいつの中にマスターエメラルドがあるっていうのか
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Master Emerald is showing us to go to Skydeck,
Alright.
which is strange.
Yeah.
That cutscene is so funny. I love the way Gamma hits the ground. And then look at the way he pogs. He's so happy to see him.
そうだなあいつを追いかければ基地までは連れて行ってくれそうだ行ってみるか
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna jump.
I went the wrong way.
That should be fun.
Awesome. I went the right way.
Yeah, the kill plane's pretty big. And the way hoverboards work is typically it's just a giant kill plane. There's a few exceptions, like Mystic Ruins have like 2 in this area. But yeah, typically just like one flat plane, just like good luck getting past this. But yeah, what are they doing, Knuckles? Which means you're now gonna enter.
So this is
Skydeck.
this is where we use 2 of those lives back to back, because there's a cutscene skip you go for here as well.
Mm-hmm. There you go. That should be fine.
Yep.
Yep. That's a very, very short cutscene to skip. But, you know, it's not terribly difficult.
Can you soft reset this?
No.
Why?
There's no consistency. That is my best way to describe half the stuff in this game. There is no consistency.
Yeah, things in this game, some of them just work and some of them just don't.
Yeah. Because the way it works for the Tails one that you can soft reset there at the beginning is because when you soft reset, you're forcing the game to save. I don't know why it's forcing the game to save, it just is. I'm pretty sure that's also the same thing for the Sky Chase one, well, the Egg Carrier one for after Chaos 4, is you're forcing the game to save. Why does it? No idea, it just does. Like, the way I always describe the game to a lot of people, and like, specifically like the sort of like deep inside code stuff, is it's consistently inconsistent.
This game is very weird.
Yeah.
But also, you know, this game it's very old.
Yeah.
This game's over 20 years old now.
You also remember this game was in production before the Dreamcast was even made.
マスターエメラルドは
So a lot of things that you've tried it on dev kits may not have worked out as intended on actual console.
That's true. Have you seen the Dreamcast dev kit? That thing is a whole supercomputer.
I want to get one. It'd be so cool to have one of those.
I know. I want to get a katana as well. All right.
Yeah. Okay. No piece one, so it means you probably a garage piece. I'm gonna guess. Cannon piece. Okay.
Big piece.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna jump up here. Oh, we go for this clip. Okay. I usually go for the cannon method. Yeah, I'm gonna clip out here. Grab the wall. And essentially we're just gonna clip through here. Like underneath it essentially. And then dig. Grab it this way. You know, go just from that, right?
Really?
Yeah,
I thought you were kind of stuck.
Oh no, you just jump out. There's no collision on the inside.
Ah, come on.
I think you clip back through the other side. Oh no, you can't. Okay.
Okay, where is that? Is it this
middle
one?
piece,
No, it's this one.
Yeah, middle one, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
That was cool. We got to show off a bunch of the new Sky Chase or Sky Deck clips.
Yeah.
So a lot of those are relatively recently discovered in this game. And Skydeck is one of the stages that you can definitely get the most rolled by RNG. There's a lot of stuff that can just happen to you.
Yeah.
So
This Skydeck used to be a whole lot worse. But nowadays we have a few clips we found to sort of mitigate that, so it's not as bad.
and the set that I just got in Skydeck is, if I am correct, I think the literal worst set I could have got.
Yeah, actually, yeah, probably. Because I think there's the enemy piece right at the back, but I'm pretty sure that still would have been faster than the dig piece.
Oh, that's still faster than the clips.
Yeah. That was the actual literal, probably one of the worst things you could get. Actually, no, I guess, X piece. For piece 3.
I don't know.
For like,
X-Wing's not that bad, though.
yeah, no, but that set you got, though. X piece and 2 clips.
Oh, yeah, that would have been bad.
So yeah, Skydeck RNG not looking too good. But it's fine, we've got to show off the cool stuff, which is all we can ask for. It's weird that whenever I do Knuckles, I'm always like, I actually want to get a bad set, because that means I can just show off the cool stuff. Because the faster sets typically don't require any clips or anything, they're just kind of there in the open to grab. We're coming with the end of Knuckles.
Yeah, we are finally approaching the end of Knuckles' story. You know, it's been okay, but it could definitely be much faster.
Yeah, I've had some pretty unfortunate RNG, to be fair. But, that's kind of how Knuckles is,
That is just how cookie crumbles with this Mr. Echidna.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we keep the ball rolling, woo, like that. And we're moving on to Chaos 6, which is going to be the final boss of Knuckles' story.
Yeah. All of Knuckles' boss fights are all chaos.
And that'll be putting us at just over the halfway point of the run.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think of the times off the top of my head. I need about half an hour.
Amy's about half an hour, Gamma's about half an hour, Big is about 22 minutes.
Yeah.
And then Supersonic and Big together are about 40 minutes.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the halfway point. But first, goodbye Chaos 6. Like, obviously we didn't...
Yeah, unlike our... Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, unlike Sonic, where we get an upgrade to do double damage, we can do that with Knuckles, but it loses time. So, no double damage for Knuckles. We just kind of do Chaos 6 by simply gliding into the ice capsules here, the freezies. Back to arena sail there. Gonna grab this. Throw that in. Try and grab another one. Sail for the next throw. And then rinse and repeat. That's kind of how Chaos 6 goes.
I was just gonna say, like, unlike Sonic, Knuckles actually has a bit of a tough time with Chaos 6. This boss fight isn't nearly as free for him as it is for Sonic. But I navigated that really well. I gotta say, my bosses in this Knuckles run were actually, like, top-notch. Those were some of the best. Those were really good.
Those are actually really good, actually.
So yeah, that is the end of Knuckles' story. He's going to have an outro cutscene where he collects the 6 Chaos Emeralds from Chaos 6, being the final person to really dig the nail into his coffin and supposedly kill Chaos. So, Chaos is defeated, he is no more, and the Emeralds are going into Knuckles' possession for him to figure out what to do with.
Yep.
Can I cut in really quick?
Yeah, go ahead. We're finishing up Knuckles' story, and then we're going to be transitioning, so we got some time.
Speaking of transitioning, we are about halfway through the run, and it is actually the end of my shift for tonight. I will transition you over to the wonderful host of Bonnie.
Good evening / morning / afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
I am your host, Bonnie Dimples, for the remainder of this Sonic Adventure run. I will be completely real with you. I have not been around to watch this first half of the run, so I need to know something very important right now. Have we done the Big the Cat story?
No.
Oh, thank God.
Going to be in 2 or so stories from now.
Okay. All right. That's the most important part, of every Sonic Adventure experience is the Big the Cat story.
Very true. And for anybody else that's coming in right now, I can catch up to speed. So, Sonic story went very well. We were within 30 seconds of current world record. Tails story went okay. We were within a minute or so of current world record. Knuckles story went alright. Not my greatest story. I was within a minute or so of my PB, which is still not the greatest Knuckles time in the world, but we're out of it now. And now we're going to be moving on to Amy's story.
Awesome. Well, so it sounds like it's been a acceptable run so far.
It's been pretty good. I can't lie. It's been pretty alright. I'm not sure how my RTA right now compares to current All Stories world record, which is, my active PB for this category. But I think I might... I don't think I'm ahead, but I think I'm at least close. So that's great.
Yeah, awesome. Now, chat, something I would like from you is, as we approach the most important part of this run, which is the Big the Cat story, I would like to see as many Big the Cat related donations as possible. Yeah, talking about how deep and impactful his story was on your life. How good of a pal Froggy is, how much of a benevolent God Emperor Big the Cat is to all of us. Let me know. Let me share your thoughts and the donations. I would love to see it. But before that, we got Amy, right?
Yeah, we are going into Amy's story now. It's just starting it up. So... we got a little bit of intro cutscene again for Amy, and she's gonna think back to her time with Sonic in the past. Gonna have a small little flashback of Sonic's CD, which is pretty neat. And then we're going to be grabbing Senior Burger Man. So, Squeefy, would you like to explain Burger Man?
Okay, so... Because I love Burger Man. Burger Man's so cool. This game has weird collision, like we've said before. The way it works is it detects which side you're on. It goes, okay, you're on this side, I need to push right, on that side, I need to push you that way. Burger Man, for some reason, makes it so you can just ignore that. You put Burger Man down, and instead of... the way it works in DX, or in any version after... This is only Japanese version, by the way. is you will put an item down, that item will be moved forward and then placed down. In JP, if you put an item down, the item stays where it is, but you are moved back. So if you are next to a wall, for example, you put an item down, you will clip through the wall. Repeat that process a couple times, and voila, you are now through.
Yeah, we've seen a couple things so far in the run which have been a little weird, which can be hand-waved by being on the JP version. But now that we're getting into the back half, we're going to get to the stories that are radically different because of the JP version.
Yeah.
And if you've never seen an Amy run before, first off, you're missing out. Second, this is the sickest category in the game. This is the one that you want to watch. Amy's story is awesome.
Amy's so swag, I love Amy.
Amy is nothing but swag.
Yeah, it's like, as a casual, like, running Amy casually, it's like, Amy's so slow. In a speedrun, she ain't slow at all.
No, she's so fast.
so
I
fun.
love Amy's story.
I do too. Like her.
I also have a lot of sentimentality towards it. Like Amy's story was an SA1, the first record I ever got. It was the first category I actually really grinded for and really got good at. So this category has a very special place in my heart.
Oh yeah, Amy is so fun.
Amy's so fun.
Like, I did have a brief moment with DX where Amy was the reason I was like, yeah, I need to get a break from this because I couldn't do castle skip in DX. But Amy,
Castle skip is rough.
yeah, it really is. But
But it's so cool.
it is so fun. But entirely different in Dreamcast. Dreamcast has a different castle skip.
Equally as hard, but in completely different ways.
But this cutscene is coming up to an end, it means we're going to entering into Amy's story finally. And River said,
Yes.
we're going to go to the Burger Man. Here he is. All hail
John Berger.
Yeah, shoutouts to Burger Man. Second most important character in the game, right after Big the Cat.
It's so true. Real Burger Man.
Look at him go!
Alright. Actually, interesting thing is you move faster holding items in this game for a lot of characters.
What's also really important there is that I locked my camera for that movement, and I rode the side of the staircase. Like, standing on the stairs actually makes you run faster. You gain a ton of speed on every staircase with Amy. So running on that staircase gave me a burst of speed that I was able to, like, continue to bunny hop with and maintain that entire rest of that movement.
Because, again, I guess I guess we can go into Amy's movement. Amy's fastest movement is when she is falling. And so we want to do is you want to essentially try and be as falling as much as possible. I also include going down certain ramps and stuff, which, you know, also includes the stairs. And so you'll see what's happening is Amy, Wither is sort of doing a bunch of short hops where we will jump, wait for a second for Amy to start falling, and then hold A to make her fall for longer. And then we just chain a bunch of those, and that is how we're going to get maximum movement with Amy. Amy is a ton of fun to control and to go fast.
And Burger Man was sitting there waiting for us. This is a funny JP thing.
Yeah. Also, I love how Sonic obeys traffic laws on the one piece of street no one can get to.
And now here's the big one. The reason we need Burger Man is to bring him to this cutscene right here. What we're going to be doing is we're going to use Burger Man to sandwich ourselves into this wall.
Just like that.
Then we're just going to gently walk off.
Just really
As
walk.
soon as I feel myself starting to fall, cut to the right.
And then there we go.
And there we
Should
go.
be good.
Doing God's work, Burger Man.
Bergman, we salute you.
It's gonna
We stan you,
thank you
Burger
so
Man.
much.
Yeah, that,
And now we're going to be moving into immediately one
yeah.
of... So Amy's got 2 stages. They're really 2 stages, and they're both obnoxiously difficult.
But yeah, this is Castle Skip. This is Twinkle Park Dreamcast we were talking about earlier. We're going to get hammer flip off this bush to land on an invisible piece of collision here. Flip over on top of this door, which also has invisible collision. Get hammer speed. and then
Give me a sec.
against there's a random bit of okay, we can recover this.
There's a lot of stuff going on. It's very hard.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, okay.
And from that point on, we're usually pretty safe. So I'm going to jump up here, clip through this bit of floor here, and then there we go. Twinkle Park is over. Castle has been skipped.
Alright. Sigh of relief. We're out of Twinkle Park.
Twinkle Park.
So, the movement on top of that, like that door, on top of those doors, is so weird. There's so many floors that get in the way and so much that can go wrong. Backing that up is a lot harder than just hitting it perfectly.
Yeah.
But hitting it perfectly requires a couple linked frame perfect inputs. So being able to back that up is really tight because you've got to get yourself back into the place where you can get the speed so you can get the frame perfect input. You have to be holding all the way right to get the hammer flip, but then you only have about a frame or two to hold down so you can get past an invisible wall. You then have to go back to holding right again so you can land on an invisible floor. There's a lot of moving parts real quick, which can make that a nightmare to do in a run.
Yeah, it's every time you get down pretty consistently, but yeah, it's not the easiest thing to do. There's a lot of weird collisions you have to get around, like for example, that window on the side of the building has a tiny bit of collision that sticks out a bit that can just sort of get in the way of your hammer flips, can stop your momentum. So there's a lot of small things that you have to kind of work around and sort of figure out. But all things considered, that was actually a pretty decent Twinkle Park. Also,
Yeah, it could definitely be faster. But in all stories, I'm happy to get that.
Yeah, for sure. More than happy. And then we're entering into a pretty long cutscene framey. Like,
this is our proper introduction into Gamma.
which you know we'll be getting to Gamma soon. I'm pretty sure it's big after Amy and then Gamma, but
yeah, Gamma is the final character before the secret character.
The super secret character, which no one knows what it is.
No one's ever seen
I wonder
it before.
what it is.
No idea. It's a question.
It's a question mark, yeah. I've never seen him before.
Yeah, no idea.
Everyone, start getting hyped for the question mark playthrough.
Oh. Have they ever made a model of that? That should be a thing. Someone needs to make a model we play with question mark. That'd be cool.
Yeah, so Amy's story is one of the most interestingly structured. You know, I complained incessantly about the about how the structure of Tails' story works with all the cutscenes. But Amy's story is so much shorter, and yet the cutscenes are so much longer. There are fewer of them, but Amy's stages are so hard that it's okay to take the breather between them, in my opinion.
Amy, I feel like Amy gets away with it simply because of how difficult her stages are. You know, having a breather between stages. Yeah, I kind of appreciate it.
It's nice. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Maybe not one this long. This cutscene's a little egregious.
Yeah, this one's a bit too much.
But
yeah, a small breather every now and then is nice. The point where, like, if I try running DX, for example, or CX even, I miss the cutscenes.
yeah, I'm the
Like-
same way. You know, with Sonic's story, I run CX or I run DX, and I'm like, you know, where'd they go?
Like, where'd they go?
This
It's weird.
doesn't feel right.
It just feels weird.
Feels incomplete. And here at Complete-a-thon, we need to make sure everything is hundo, and that means all cutscenes as well.
Well, we skipped a few.
Oh
But
my
that's
god.
Okay. We skip some of them, but they look swag when we do. It's
How
fine.
dare.
It's true.
I'm sorry, okay?
Does Amy have a single cutscene skip?
I mean,
for the rest of
isn't
the
the
run?
one after
Okay, I'll try.
Hedgehog Hammer, but I think that's the only one.
Yeah. I'm gonna try for Hedgehog Hammer cutscene skip, which happens after Hedgehog Hammer. But
It's
you know,
hard. Like, it's very difficult. I'm trying.
it's only ever been done once, and that was on accident.
Yeah, I think the only other one Amy has is in the past, which is really slow.
Oh, the frame walk.
Yeah, that we have to do the frame walk, which is another method for clipping out in the game, where if you walk very slowly, and I mean to the point where you can move an analog stick and your character will not look like they're moving, like they will play no animation, but they're very slowly sliding forward, and that can clip you through some walls.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Get a Sonic.
Okay.
Okay, we're good.
Oh. Alright, talk to the monitor. Oh jeez, a lot almost went wrong there. So, unlike in DX, you actually do have a pretty good chance of losing Hedgehog Hammer in SA1.
They don't.
The rate at which the animals pop up is not fast. Oh, that was a horrible attempt.
Yeah, I was never gonna make it. Yeah.
There's definitely been a while since I've attempted that skip, and man, that was not even close. But that's okay.
Yeah, you can clip through that wall there, and you have the cutscene that just
We're gonna be moving into
outside
Hot Shelter now,
skip it.
which is by far the most infamous Amy stage, and a majority of her story.
Yeah, it really is. This is probably the most important stage to practice for Amy's story. Nah. But we're gonna go through here. We're gonna ignore the levers by just clipping through. We're avoiding speed chews because, interestingly enough, Amy, the speed chews simply don't work. For Amy's story. There's a bunch of them just scattered around, but we ignore them. And there it is, there is the fabled wither spin. Why does he spin that fast? I have no idea, and I don't know how he does it.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm getting totally owned here, but yeah, I spin the stick really fast.
Yeah.
Faster than a lot of people.
And we still don't know
so
how.
It's like, if I'm famous for anything, it's for spinning the stick really fast.
Yeah. And he's still using an official Dreamcast controller. You know, like, the Dreamcast controller is great. I love it. I still have no idea how the hell you spin it that fast.
I do gotta say, this Hot Shelter so far has not been great. I've been making a bunch of mistakes, but that's okay.
It's fine. Nothing the door one can't fix.
You know who you're talking to?
Yeah, I do, that's why I said it. Door one, no chance.
Yeah, so whenever we get into Final Egg for Amy, that is her final story, her final stage. And Final Egg is also has a section where there are 5 doors. You pick a door. One of them ends the stage. The other 4 don't do anything. And it's completely random.
Yeah, I've tried looking, and there's nothing. I was hoping, like, oh, maybe be something. The problem is we don't know enough about how the game gets seeds and origin and stuff. So yeah. And I'm gonna put this box down here. Time that. There we go.
And because you move faster upstairs and with items, I use both those at the same time to get here. And then I spin the stick really fast. So I'm able to use this elevator.
Gonna grab this. And you're gonna use this box here to clip through this door.
I died.
Oh no.
That's okay. I'll go for the yellow box one more time. So it requires 2 frame perfect inputs after you get done with the box. Like, after you put the box down, to get through this door, you have to do 2 frame perfect analog stick inputs to get through the door without dying. Otherwise, you end up clipping out and dying like that. It is super tough, and I keep just barely getting the wrong angles. So I have to probably try and go for either a different color box or go for the other backup. I'll go for this first.
No.
I got
Nice.
it.
Let's
Sick.
go. Okay.
Oh, and I got the doors. The doors.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
We're getting fancy with hot shot apparently. But yeah, the box slide, or what name we gave it now, it was some food thing.
Yeah, DoorDash and
Oh
Uber
yeah,
Eats.
DoorDash, Uber Eats, yeah. And yeah, basically the way it works is you put the item down and it pushes Amy out the way. You know, like everything, like with items in the game.
because items have collision in this game. Whenever Amy re-grabs it, the puzzle piece is still trying to get back into its position where it slides down into the floor, and because of that, it is doing its best to push Amy away from it so hard.
To the point where
And that
you
goes so fast
yeah.
that we can zip through the wall.
Mhm.
That wall has collision, and that the only reason we're able to clip through it at all is we're going so fast that, much like a BLJ, our collision doesn't actually touch the wall.
Yeah, it's one side, you're there on one side, and next thing you know, you're on the other side. There just isn't enough time for it to register your collision properly. It's really funny. Also, this is another cutscene that you can technically skip, but it's actually slower to skip it. Well, the
To skip this
method we found
cutscene,
is slower at least.
the only way we've been able to do it is by doing this weird frame walk, if you're familiar with Mario 64, in the corner for like
And
a
I want
while.
to say it's like 5 minutes or something. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a long time,
Yeah.
and it's definitely not worth
It's
it.
really not. It's one of those things where you have to hold a perfect angle and distance on your control stick to clip out, and if you ever lose that angle, you will clip back in. So you have to start the whole thing over again. Which does mean this cutscene has potential to be skipped, we just need a better method of doing it.
And that's where you come in.
I know.
If you think that if you've got anything you could do that you think you can bring to the game, we're always, looking for new people. So if you want to try playing the game and you want to try and find some stuff, we're more than open.
Go get new eyes on the game. How it is, we've tried everything we can think of. It will take someone new could come in and go, I've got an idea. You try the idea and, that may just be what we need.
Sometimes that's what happens. Even if it's categories that are lesser focused on, like Underground. Underground SR has a skip named after them in Supersonic Story, which is the main thing that they grind, where there's a skip called Underground Skip, where it's just really, really weird clip out that skips a really massive cutscene. Saves a ton of time in a category that didn't seem like it had much time saved left.
Yeah. And we'd looked, we had spent a long time searching.
And it was just in a place that we hadn't even thought of before.
Yep. And I'm going to find that's just kind of how it is, Sometimes we just need a new set of eyes to take a look. Be like, I wonder, would that work? Will it always? Not always, but you could find the thing you could be the one to find the things we need.
It could be you.
It could be you. Also,
It could be you.
we have a pretty long cutscene here, I want to say, so I don't know if our host has anything you want to throw in, maybe?
Well, let me just do a quick refresh here. Well, let's give it a update on some of our incentives. We got the Metroid Dread bonus boss rush coming up in about a day-ish or so. We need $75 to make that happen. We are $20 in, so we still got some time to do that, but the quicker, the better. Make sure that happens. Personally, I would love to see the Metroid Prime Hundo Randomizer upgrade happen. We still need to see $100 for that to happen. That is going to be coming up a little bit after the Metroid Dread run, I believe, if I recall the schedule correctly. So yes, by all means, I would love to see that. It will be amazing for you to see it. So let's make that happen. We also got the trainer name for Let's Go, or for Pokemon Let's Go, Pikachu / Eevee. You just go ahead and donate to whatever sort of name you would like, as long as it's appropriate, and the most popular one will be the one that gets picked. Also for the Pokemon Puzzle Challenge, you got the choice of your Pokemans, such as Totodile, who is currently in the lead, closely followed up by Cyndaquil. Or you could do Pikachu or Pika Blue, aka Meryl. The choice is yours there, and that's a bid war that has been heating up.
友達だな。この子もあなたのことこんなに心配してる。エッグマンのそばになんか。
As well as there's also naming incentives for the Starmie and Pokemon Let's Go, as well as the starter name. So, yeah, like before, go ahead and try and get your preferred name in. I believe the correct answer for those custom names is Big the Cat.
Very true.
Very true. That cutscene's nearly over, and we're going to follow it right up with another one.
Yep, we got more cutscenes.
Yeah.
So this is definitely the longest stretch of cutscenes in the entire game.
Mm-hmm.
It is, quite frankly, obnoxiously wrong. Or long. Wrong is true,
Long
but
and
not like
long.
that.
It's just long. But yeah, also, you may remember in Tails' story, there is a missile that hits the town that just destroys Station Square. Well, it doesn't, it just lands there. Amy doesn't see it.
Yeah, she's just not interested. You know,
Yeah.
despite seeing Tails walk around the corner, which means she definitely saw Eggman crash land. She just doesn't care.
Yeah.
She's got a
You know,
bird
it's
to
like,
save.
whatever.
It's just like, it's not my problem.
Yeah.
It's like, I've got priorities.
あなたが
I've got a bird to save.
持ってたなんて。それじゃああんだけしつこく追いかけられるわけよね。
So yeah.
Wow.
このペンダント。
Then we're going to be going into Final Egg here. So, got a little bit of movement through the jungle, which is very sick. And then we're going to just roll the dice.
Quite literally.
So I would say, you know, right now, go ahead and get your predictions in, everybody. Type in the chat a number between 1 through 5. 1 is going to be, of course, the fastest door, but it's completely random. That ain't up to me. Just pick a door.
Yeah,
you know, pick 1 through 5.
RNG.
確かあのロボット
What you get? So we get, if you get it right, you'll get a non-visible nod of the head.
You'll get a few of them. I can confirm it. I'll nod my head too.
So let's go. 2 nods of the head. We got it. Let's go.
Yeah, that's at least 2 head nods.
It is.
I will consider doing it
Do you
myself.
hear that,
3
chat?
head nods. Let's
3
go.
head nods.
Yeah, we're just gonna go for a simple, very simple jungle movement. Gonna hop over here, the camera flip. Really nice jungle movement. As we make our way over to Final Leg. As we move through the very lumpy Mystic Ruins.
It makes it so fun to move around.
It does. It's completely different. They're gonna jump over here. And then we get jump over there. Coming into Final Leg. Here's another cutscene we could technically skip, but again, this is one of those ones where it's slower.
なんか
But this one's only because of the way you spawn after you skip the cutscene. The Amy would spawn you back at where the minecart would be. And then you have to do a jungle movement again.
Yeah, so
And that's,
definitely faster just to watch
yeah,
that
the
cutscene.
cutscene's so short. You've had a few cutscenes like that, where the cutscene is so short, that skipping it is just never going to be faster. But hey,
All right.
finally,
So it's time. It is so time.
Yeah, with our door predictions.
All right. Dimples, what do you think the door will be? 1 through 5.
Let's say door number 2.
Okay, Squeepy, door.
I'm gonna go door 4, past the door, because I swear it's always door 4.
Pot's gotta be it's always door 4.
Yeah,
I was gonna go one past the door 2.
yeah, it's complete RNG, but door 4 seems to be the most common.
Well, it's because it's the one that hurts the most. That's why I get it every time.
That's true actually. Like, you think door 5 would be worse, but it's like...
Every time it's door 4, it's just like another kick in the nuts. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
Here we go.
yeah, simple jungle movement. Simple movement.
Single.
Yeah, with,
This is a weird looking jungle.
yeah, obviously. Like, have you never been to a jungle before? It's normal. What do you want? I've been to loads of jungles. You know, there's a small jungle where I live with like 2 trees.
Really?
Nope.
Wow, that's a small jungle.
Alright, 2 trees. It's great.
Called up the Double Tree by Hampton. Alright. Door time.
Door time. Preferably we want door 1. That's the door we want. It is very rarely door 1 though. But, so we're going to open this door here. We're also going to start opening the second door. We're going to check, and it's not door 1.
Not door 1.
Okay. So we're going to open door 3, go back and check door 2. Is it door 2?
It's
Not
not
door
door
2.
2.
Okay. This is the Amy experience.
Is the door?
three.
It's
Door
door 3!
No,
up by
right.
I mean, that's average, I suppose. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, middle door. We'll take that. Again, we have no control over that. It's just what the game gives you.
I think that's one of the most interesting things about Amy too, right? Is that Amy is one of the most complex and complicated and difficult characters with the most optimization. You know, to play Amy at a top level, you have to be really good at the game. You have to be really good at Amy. And then you get to final leg, and the game kicks you in the teeth.
Yeah, it's like,
I think that's hilarious.
it's kind of like you learn the game, like you learn Amy, right? You get really good at Amy, you start doing it runs, and you're like, okay, I could probably get a really good time. You do everything perfectly, and then you get to final leg, and the game just goes, you know what? Do it again.
Yeah.
Do it again.
But I mean, it's part of what makes Amy so exhilarating as well.
Yeah.
Like Amy's story wouldn't be the same if you took the RNG out of it, and that's just hard fact.
I don't even worry, you're bored him. Honestly, that's cancer. But, like, the thing with Amy, right, is that, again, you know, at top level, like, especially like looking at DX, for example, runs that in the DX version, like Spacebar, Pasta, like, imagine having to get a top level run and then having to do it again because you got bad RNG. That just shows you how consistent you need to be with Amy's story. It's not good enough to get a perfect run the one time. You got to do it again.
Yeah, you have to do it again.
You know, and you have to keep doing it until eventually you get the door you want.
It wouldn't 100% include all the emblems. Yes and no.
Okay, as someone that runs 130, it's not that different. That's the thing. You do the same.
Yeah.
You basically do every stage 3 times. With some slight stipulations.
You get... Technically, there is a percentage counter in the game, and 100% is on every story. So once you got 100% in all stories, that's the game 100%ed. Really?
Yeah.
Like, there is no other counter beyond that. Like, 130 emblem is the true, like, ultra completionist category, but it is tacking on an additional 4 to 5 hours for basically for nothing too different than you would get out of all stories.
Plus, we have also the extra thing of we'd need to find a way to show the VMU on screen at the same time.
Yeah, the VMU is very important
That's
for
the majority
all
of the
stories. Because of Chow.
Because that's what we do. Because like one way we would raise the Chow within the VMU throughout the run, like, during these cutscenes, basically. But yeah, if you want to talk about RNG, because then we just left Final Leg, Chow VMU has the worst RNG of the game.
Yeah, Chow RNG is brutal.
Like,
and there's like nothing you can do about it too. Like if you're in a marathon setting for like 1:30, and you get a Chow that just wakes up and is born terrible, like yeah, it's over. Like you just have to hold that.
Just hold it and just work. Just hope. 70% and 100%. Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah, there's 100%, and then there's kind of like 100% with a smile next to it.
Yeah, I mean, at 130 is my category. That's the category I typically run.
Come on, get in there.
No.
Trying to go for zero strat, which is when you push him back in so you can just like cycle him forever, but didn't quite get it, but still got some good hits on zero.
But there we go, that is Amy's story done. 2 more to go, and then the super secret one.
Little rough around the edges in Hot Shelter, but the Twinkle Park, you know, still good.
Yeah.
The hub roll movement was very good across the board. I'm happy with that run.
Yeah, I mean, what's our time looking at now? About 309.
We're at
just about looking at
309.
Yeah, still 309. Anyone Amy story? I'd be more than happy with that.
For sure, I'd say we're probably on about, if I was to wager, like 440 RTA.
Yeah.
Assuming that there's no massive problems, 440 RTA pace.
Yeah.
So we are well on our way to still, you know, crush second place.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, having this pace, like, this is a pretty good pace. Like getting a 440 on an all series in a marathon, that's nuts. Which again is still faster than second place. But yep, everyone's favorite story is coming up soon.
Yeah, it sure is. And in fact, we got a couple of donations in regards to that.
Okay.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, we got $5 from Stan the Cat. Says, I remember the first time I met Big the Cat. I was at the lake trying to fish to feed my family, but the fish simply would not bite. Out of nowhere, there he was in the flesh, Big the Cat. Don't worry, all will be well, he said. Suddenly, I caught a fish this big, and my family was saved. Thank you, Big. #blessed.
Thank you so much for that story.
We also got $5 from Big Hail to the Chief. Big the Cat once saved me from drowning and bought me a burger from Burger Man afterwards. What a swell guy. He's got my vote. #blessed. Donation goes to Pokemon Let's Go starter name, Big the Cat.
Let's go. Get a big cat.
Awesome.
And not only that, we're not done. We got $5 from Big the Cat. Big the Cat. Big the Cat.
Big the Cat.
Who says?
Big the Cat.
Big the Cat. Big the Cat. Big the Cat. Big the Cat. Big the Cat. Big the Cat. Big the Cat. Big the Cat. Donation goes to Let's Go Starmie name, Big the Cat. Oh, thank you so much, everyone. You are making my dream come true. Everyone out here repping the big cat himself, Big the Cat.
Big.
We love Big.
Big always bring the crowds. We love Big. Big is so fun.
And funny enough, Big is one of the more fun stories in the game, in my opinion. I think that Big, Big's a fun story. I love Big. It's also so short.
I know.
Big the Cat, despite the name and the heart, is the smallest story. We will be spending the least amount of time with Big compared to all of our other compatriots, but the time will be very vastly appreciated.
Yeah, we got Big. Big is so fun. Big is 90% hold movement.
Yeah.
We're going to spend very little time in the stages. But it's so much fun. No, we love Big. Just like Amy, Big's movement is jumping around. Because he moves faster while jumping. So that's going to be our main movement. Well, main method of movement is simply to jump. But first, a little bit of cutscene.
Rocky, where'd you go?
That's an impressive big voice, not gonna lie.
Why, thank you. I've been working on it for years, because we all love Big the Cat.
Wait, okay, we're just gonna go through here. So, need to start this cutscene. Unfortunately, we can't just enter straight into Twinkle Park like we wish we could. We need to trigger some cutscene flags to clear the game, get things moving. Fall down here, and then get into the first stage.
Yeah, we need to chase Froggy all the way around Station Square before eventually ending up inside of Twinkle Park. So that means we gotta go to the sewer.
Yeah.
And Big gets to show off his ridiculous strength by picking up a car with relative ease.
Yeah. Not an issue. I mean, okay, at least he had the decency to put it exactly back where it was.
Yeah.
You know.
First off, though, really, the jerk that parked there deserved it.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously, that is an illegal parking job there, sir or madam.
Also,
Now, if you parked there to go to the burger shop, I would break your windows.
Yeah, you're getting in the way of Burger Man.
I know. Also, to be fair, right? I don't know. Maybe whoever's running the city should probably cover up the manhole cover. It's just a gaping hole in the floor.
Yeah, that is a tripping hazard right there.
Mm-hmm.
And someone needs to call the city department on that.
Yeah.
My taxpayer dollars don't cover just tripping into random manholes. They need to get on that.
Mm-hmm. Then I'm gonna grab his Froggy.
Oh my God, he almost got him.
All right, so I did go for the instant catch glitch.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is why
Yeah, there is a
I was
glitch
more than.
in the game. I'm not sure if Will wants to explain it since they know how to do it and I don't.
Go ahead. So, the very frame that Froggy bites down on the lure, you can press both triggers, which recalls the lure back to you. And doing so on the very first frame will immediately catch Froggy with no hit anything. Like, the hit screen doesn't happen. Froggy's just in your hands. But it is a frame-perfect trick that requires an exact position, and it's not a frame perfect in a traditional sense. Like, it's not something you can prepare for. It's a frame perfect that you have to react to. So actually being able to hit instant catches is ridiculous. The fact that there are people who are consistent at them is not fair, frankly. You cannot make a harder input challenge. Like, there is no harder execution possible in a video game.
Yeah, it's literally a frame perfect trick that there's not really a setup for it. It's just you just need to know the frame.
Yeah, it's complete reaction. Because Froggy's going to be at a different height every time, and your lure is going to be somewhere different every time, you have to just react.
Yep. There is another instant catch that we use for the fish where we can get at a certain distance, which is a lot easier, but that version also doesn't work with the frog.
Yeah, of course the easy version doesn't work with Froggy.
Yeah,
he likes to make our life difficult.
Yeah.
That's no greater sin than making Big the Cat's life more difficult.
That's just what Froggy does. Makes Big life difficult.
It's
attempt at
the
backwards wave
cosmic
dash.
struggle, really. Been going on since the beginning of time.
Ah, I just barely missed the backwards wave dash.
That would have been cool if that worked.
It would have been really cool.
I swear, there's going to be somewhere where we need to do that. Like, there's probably going to
Yeah,
be some
for-
cutscene skip or something where we need to use a wave dash.
とプカプカ受けるの
In just like one or two specific places, Big can initiate a wave dash where he slides backwards with a ton of force. And it's really weird and situational. And unfortunately, Big is weird. We all know that. We love the guy for it. But
Yeah.
Big has more tech than any other character in the game. And quite literally, none of it is useful. Not a single
None of it is
thing.
useful. You get some cool stuff like you can wave dash, you can climb vertically up a wall basically. You can clip through some random stuff. Like, he has so much stuff, none of it is useful. It is all quite literally there for the point of swag. But we were in Ice Cap. Could they grab the frog? I guess we should quickly go over how the fishing mechanic in the game works. Well, frog in particular.
Oh my god, he did it! Did you see that, chat? He got the frog!
But yeah, the frog always spawns in the same location and will follow a set path within that area. And so, once you know where that is, you sort of just go over to it, fish him out, and then grab it. There is a slight bit of RNG based on like how deep the frog is in the water. Well, it's not like the first time, but if you grab the frog and then for some reason it gets away, it can manipulate where it is and affects whether or not you even grab it in the first place, which is fun. But typically we know where the frog is every time, so we just go there and grab it.
Yeah, so Froggy always spawns in the exact same location, but at different heights. So if you know where Froggy spawns, you can just go straight to him and always fish him.
Yeah.
Also, this is in the in-game instructions and in the manual, and no one ever read it. But if you just hold down on the analog stick, you literally cannot miss the frog. Like the lure, they will always bite the lure.
Yeah.
All you have to do is hold down on the stick.
To be fair, my copy
Lauren?
of Sonic Adventure did not come with the instruction manual.
But the instructions are in-game.
Well, then I have no excuse.
Yeah, there's a big button called instruction next to the start button, and that tells you that holding down.
That big button that I ignored all those years?
Yeah, there's a screen in there that tells you that holding down will always make the fish bite. Otherwise, it's like pure chance.
Oh, we got another donation here. All that Big the Cat love still coming in from, this time, Big Cat's Big Love. Do it for Big, do it for Froggy, do it for world peace. Hashtag Big, hashtag blessed. Let's go trainer name, Big the Cat. Heckin' duh. Thank you, Big Cat's Big Love.
Massively appreciate.
Yeah,
Massively appreciate all the donations for Big.
for sure. We love Big brings in everyone.
And look at all the memers coming in.
I know. I'm not sure if Froggy appears to agree to world peace.
No,
Yeah,
probably
Probably
not.
not. Froggy's just a menace.
Froggy's the
That's a
reason
cool
for all
trope.
wars, don't you know?
What you might notice me doing, okay, not this. I'm kind of
Oh, we
stuck
need to, yeah.
because I have the life belt. You have to take the stairs. If I didn't have the life belt, that wouldn't be a problem. Sad, but yeah. What was I gonna say? I'm gonna say something. I already forgot what it was now. Oh yeah, something you'll see me do with the slower characters like Amy, Big, and Gamma. What you might see me do is you might see me like walk in a circle in front of doors. That is actually a really fast way to make sure that you don't like run into the door and slow yourself down. That way you can keep your speed while going through it.
Yeah, because there are quite a few instances where if you run into a door, you will simply just bounce off it. Gamma probably has that the worst. Where, for some reason, doors are made out of rubber.
Oh yeah, he gets boinged off of it.
Gamma gets sent flying. So sometimes you just simply, you know, walk in a wall, walk in a circle, you know, or just, you know, stop in front of them, give it a second, and then proceed on through.
Funny thing, this cutscene canonically doesn't happen.
Wait, what do you mean? It didn't happen. I'm confused.
Because Big never meets Gamma. Because you remember, Gamma's Emerald Coast did happen. Like, and Emerald and Froggy was just by himself there.
Oh yeah.
Technically, Big never meets Gamma.
Wow.
So, that whole cutscene just doesn't happen.
So basically, Big just hallucinated himself a new friend.
Yeah.
I relate.
Well,
We all do it. Big just finds himself another imaginary friend. I understand. I've never actually thought about that, not gonna lie. Like,
yeah, when you've watched this game's cutscenes this many times, you really do start to think about lore implications.
you said I've actually watched the cutscenes.
I do. You know, the run's super long. You gotta pay attention to something.
I do. I pay attention to my chow.
That's fair. 130 runners.
Yeah. We're too busy playing a matching game. But yeah, we are now in Big's final stage, which doesn't start you immediately at the fishing area. We have to actually walk there.
And do platforming.
And do platforming, yeah. Throwing speeches, because the speeches work for Big. They don't for Amy. And Gamma as well, I believe. I don't think they work for Gamma either.
I don't believe Gamma can run into speed shoes, though, can he?
I'm pretty sure that's something in Winnie Valley, I think. I'm pretty sure.
I wouldn't know. I've never played that stage.
Same. I'm pretty sure it has them in there, yeah. But yeah, Amy don't work. They don't work for Amy, and I'm pretty sure they don't work for Gamma either. But it's extra funny because in the Japanese version, there is a electric shield at the beginning of Twinkle Park for Amy, which they changed to speed shoes when it released internationally. So they changed a useful item to a useless item. Oh wait, are we going for... Oh no, you did too, okay.
I was trying to go for the setup, but I got, like, stuck.
Yeah. What he's trying to do there is you can grab the frog here. And you can start fishing while underwater, but you have to throw the line before the water goes down, or goes up. Catch the frog, and if you time it just right, you will drown during this resource animation.
Did you see that, chat? He got the frog.
He got the frog. Yeah, you can die during that resource animation. It doesn't skip the cutscene, but it does let you retry the stage and get the B and A ranks.
Which is really important for 130. You know, getting all the ranks so that you can get all the emblems.
Yeah. Oh well, we got a.
But we're just going for.
So we got another $5 donation for Big Love. This time from Gamma the Robot himself. Bzzzt. I am processing sadness for not meeting Big the Cat. My mission has been meaningless all along. Bzzzt. Forgive me for failing to cross paths. Bzzzt. Hashtag not blessed.
No.
I'm so poor Gamma.
Gamma's
So it's
poor
okay,
Gamma.
buddy. You're doing fine. You're saving them flickies. That's good work too.
It'd be kind of morbid. Can you believe that Gamma and Big were in the same place physically at the same time, and Gamma still died before getting to meet Big? That's messed up.
I know, right?
You know, Big could have saved him if he had just been there a little sooner.
Actually, Big abandoned him. That's crazy.
Big, how could you? Well, we have everyone here showing you all this love, and you couldn't save a single robot.
No. But Big could change the course of history, just be like, you know what? I can help this one random robot.
Friend.
You know, this one robot I just imagined in my head about a stage ago, I can help them. It was destiny.
Your name's Gamma. That's a funny name. Let's be friends. Said Big in an alternate timeline that we did not get to live through.
We're in the wrong timeline.
Yeah, we're in the bad timeline.
We're in the bad future.
Yeah, this is well, we played Sonic CD and we got into the bad futures and we never went back.
Yeah. We'd be lacking in time stones. But yeah. Unfortunately, we are coming to the end of Big the Cat.
No.
No, we've got one more boss left. If you can, I guess you can count it as a boss.
No, you can call it that. This is the most epic fight in the game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Everyone get ready for it.
Big uses his enormous strength to fight for the people.
Mm-hmm. Alright, Big, okay.
Yeah, he's freaking out a little bit,
Yeah,
but he's okay. He's a little nervous.
I mean, come on, to be fair, I think Big knows what's coming. I'd be too. It's equivalent of like Dragon Ball Z, you know, Goku going to fight the big villain instead, you know. Big has a harder fight.
Yeah, the Froggy is Frieza in this instance.
Yep. Where are you going?
Where am I going?
Where are you going? Go forward. I'm like.
I had a brain fart. I forgot I was still playing, actually.
Okay.
I thought there was a cutscene.
Okay, put controller down. Okay.
You know, it's a long category.
Yeah, brain farts are fine. It's okay.
It happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
It happens when we're all thinking about Big the Cat.
It's just
You
infectious.
just can't focus on anything else.
It's so true. Like, as soon as the bigger the cat's on the screen, it's just like, oh, okay. I forgot where I am. He needs my undivided attention. But we've got one more bit of a cutscene here, and then we have Chaos 6. And that'll be nearly the end of Big Story. I have one extra little tiny thing to do after Chaos 6, but...
Yeah, one little microscopic bit of movement, and then that's the end of Big Story.
Yep. So there's a point in the game where Froggy has 2 Chaos Emeralds in its mouth.
That's true.
Just 2 of them.
It's like a chipmunk saving up for the winter.
Well, what a greedy little frog, hogging all that chaos power.
I wish you changed the model for that. That would have been hilarious. Just like 2 giant cheeks on it. Just throughout the game, just 2 massive cheeks. Like, why?
Get on it, modders.
I love the Sonic modded community. They're so cool.
They are so cool. Shoutouts to the folks that released the multiplayer mod a couple days ago.
Oh yeah, I haven't played it yet, but I was reading up on it. It looks amazing.
Oh, I've looked at it, like I've played it a little bit to see what it's like. It is really insane what they've done with it.
Yeah, I played it a little bit with Katie before. Pretty fun.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to when it gets like adventure mode put in and like full net play and all that stuff. So that's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yes, that'll be very cool.
So I'm looking forward to that.
Here it is, the big showdown. Look at that stoic face.
We're getting to about the point of the run.
The brave face
right
of
at the end
Big
of
the
Big
Cat.
Story is whenever I start to really feel a bit of the exhaustion. That is a great place, though. Give me a sec. Hold on.
That's a great place.
カエルのいるところに向かってルアーを投げ入れるのよ
Oh, he jumps. Man, I almost got the funny.
Yeah, fine.
He went for 2.
Nice. Let's go.
Yeah! Let's go big. Chaos got nothing on this cat.
Easy
In fact,
fight.
we got another $5 donation from Chaos the Blob. Big the cat. Power. Overwhelming. Cannot maintain form. Hashtag dissolved. And he put that donation towards the Let's Go trainer name for Big the Cat. Thank you, Chaos.
Thank you, Chaos. And with that is going to be the end of Big Story. You know, just as quickly as he came, he's gone.
Big the Cat, we salute you.
That's just how big is. It doesn't make it doesn't make too much of a splash. Makes himself known, being like, "Yep, I'm the reason you're here," and it just pieces out.
Yeah, just as quickly as he came, he leaves.
He
taking the tornado
quickly
too.
flashes 2 fingers up and just disappears. Just teleports
Yep.
away.
And obviously, because
Pieces
Big's
out.
awesome like that. Big knows how to fly a plane without ever flying a plane in his life.
Yeah, he just...
Yeah, he's never done it before, but he can casually just do
Does
it.
it? That's just Big.
That's pretty easy. Oh, you just hit
Yep.
this button and flip this switch and off I go.
Yep. Big doesn't read instruction manuals, and still knows exactly what to do.
Big writes the instruction manuals, but never has to read them himself.
Yep.
True, he's like the Lego engineers.
Yeah.
He's the type of person who looks at a piece of wood and it just becomes a cabinet.
Exactly.
That's just what Big does.
With Big Story over, we get to move on to the final story of the original 6, Gamma. Now, it's crazy that Gamma is at the end, because that means that the last traditional stage in the entire game is Gamma Hot Shelter. You know, this is the order they intended you to play the game in. I also think that this should be considered a felony, because there is no way they expected you to save this abominable stage for the last stage in the game. Gamma Hot Shelter is either obnoxiously long and the only stage you can actually time out on in a casual playthrough and have to restart, or in a speedrun sense, possibly the stage with the single hardest trick in the entire game.
And it's right at the end of the run. Yeah.
It's right at the end of the 4-hour-long category.
Yeah. To the point honestly, I've considered doing it in reverse order, starting with Sonic, then going Gamma, Big.
I have been considering the same, honestly. I've been really heavily...
Exactly. Just tradition? Or?
Nothing really. But it's... So, like, the thing is, if you do reverse order, then that means you do Gamma, which is hard, right? Like, you know Gamma's hard. And then you go right to Big, which Big is relatively easy. But then you have a kind of ludicrous gauntlet in front of you. Because then you have to do Amy super late, and then after doing Amy, you have to do Knuckles. And if you get completely unlucky in Knuckles, and just have like the worst RNG imaginable that late, it's over. That's just several minutes gone. That's unrecoverable almost.
Yeah.
And then after that, even after that, you have to go into Tails, which is the second longest category in the game, and one of the ones with the most amount of downtime. Plus, it has Penis Smasher in it, which is right in the middle of Tails' story, and really hard. So, like, doing everything in reverse order makes the game a lot harder, but it does take away super late hot shelters. So it's kind of like a risk reward.
I mean, there's nothing stopping you.
Kind of situation.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping you from doing a story in literally whatever order you wanted. You know, if you wanted to go Gamma, Amy, Tails, or whatever, you know, you could do that.
Yeah, you can play the game in whatever order you want. There's no logistical reason stopping you. The only thing is you lose a bit of time to menuing. So that's why sticking to the traditional order is like, you know, nice.
Mm-hmm. But
if you wanted to get a bunch of the obnoxious stuff out of the way first, you could go, you know, Sonic, Knuckles, Amy, Tails, Gamma, probably, and save the big for last.
As it should be, honestly. Yeah, you save the best for last.
So true.
I'm convinced.
I love Big Story. It's so consistent. It's just such a relaxing time.
It's also the only story in 1/3 that actually has different missions. Instead of just being collect 50 rings or get to the end fast. Big has to do more fishing.
I don't mind us playing the entire game in Japanese. I'm just sad that we played Gamma Story in Japanese because the English Eggman voice lines early on are so good. Like, I'm so sad we missed out on your older brother, E101. You have to call him Beta. That voice line is so good. Anyways, deceased.
Deceased. What's that? Well, so 5 seconds in beta. Okay.
That's an awesome shot.
Yeah.
Just on the floor.
But yeah, there's not really much strategy to Gamma's boss fights. You aim and shoot.
So the real time save with Gamma's boss fights is that if you keep in mind that Gamma's right arm is the one that shoots, you can have the right side of Gamma's body be up against the bosses. That way the projectile doesn't have any travel time, just goes directly into them. That's like the only real thing. Beyond that, they can randomly jump. If they jump, it costs you like 3 seconds, I think. Ain't nothing you can do about that.
I just RNG basically. You know, kind of one of the things where it's like, you want to do it as fast as you can to try and avoid it having a chance for it to happen.
But Gamma's story, just like, it's very cutscene heavy, but the actual movement itself and the stages are so cool. Gamma's story is like one of my favorites overall. I know I was complaining about how hard Hot Shelter is, but the trick that I'm thinking of that's so difficult, the wall run, is one of the flashiest things in the entire game too, especially the way that I do it. Because the way that I've done the trick, I do the trick completely blind. So it requires you to hit a frame perfect input, which then makes you play outside of where the camera can follow you. I then have to do a positionally perfect jump, then do some camera management completely blind, then fly into a super specific part of the map without being able to see it.
Yeah. But yeah, no, we'll show it when we get to it. But yeah,
it is as ridiculous as it sounds.
Yeah, it's obviously just blind. There is possible to do it and clip out and see where you're going, but there's not a guarantee the camera will clip with you is the problem.
Yeah, it's not a guarantee the camera will clip with you, plus it takes like the tiniest bit of time to actually set it up. So if you can't get the camera to be set up and you get reliant on it, then that means that could just be time loss you have to take. So that's part of why I've never bothered to get too consistent with it. I instead just like got pretty consistent at doing it totally blind.
Yeah, I mean the way I do it is I do it with the intention of doing it blind, but then just hope I can see. You know, it's like I'll do it the clip normally. If the camera clips with me, great, awesome. If it doesn't, it's fine, I can do it blind anyway.
Alright, so now we're going to be going into Station Square and doing, outside of Hot Shelter, Gamma's most difficult stage. This is also the only stage in the game, outside of Final Egg, that you have to play without the jet booster.
Yeah.
And this is the one where that matters the most, because there's some pretty tough platform.
Yeah. This is a relatively short stage with a pretty difficult set of jumps we're gonna get set up for. Yeah, we're just going over here at the end of this ramp. instead of us taking the normal path, which involves going across the bridge, we can jump on these pillars.
Oh, that was perfect.
I was sweat.
Okay, so that is a trick known as pole hop. So those poles are way smaller than they look. That is so positionally perfect. And doing it without losing any speed at all is actually so difficult.
Like not only it's like not only did you do pole hop, you went for fast pillars, which is where you just keep moving. That is not an easy thing to do. That's actually really difficult. So getting that was nuts. Like, okay then.
Yeah, I've known like the bit of exhaustion is beginning to get set in a little bit, but I mean that rejuvenated me. I feel pretty awake now.
Yeah, I would do. I would do for sure. Gamma also is in the past. Why is Gamma in the past? I have no idea.
He's here for some reason! Exclamation point. So, we've gotten really close to finding a cutscene skip for the cutscene that's upcoming, but we are just barely not able to do it.
Yeah.
It really leads me to believe that it's possible, but the act of performing the cutscene skip here is going to require some sort of very tough movement that no one's been able to hit quite yet.
Yeah, it's like, I feel like with a lot of things, it's like so many places where it's like there should be something here, but we just haven't found it yet, and this is one of those times.
I do think I know a lore explanation as to why Gamma's in the past here. So, yeah, you know how Eggman outfitted Gamma with all, like, the latest technology, right? Like, he's got, like, the latest, like, Core i9 processor installed. Well, he's also got some retro tech.
I'm not sure. I was just unable to hear it. The connection dropped. What were you saying?
So, like, he's got like a 486 chip, like, installed next to that i9, and that allows him to travel into the past.
I can't hear anything. I hope that's just a me thing.
Oh wait, we lost Wivo. Wivo. Okay. I don't know. Okay, apparently we've got heroes. That ain't good. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. My theory for the longest time for why random characters went into the past was simply because it was whoever interacted with Chaos. But then that doesn't hold up for Amy, so that theory went out the window. But we're still going. Yay.
We are still going.
Yeah,
that is
he's
true.
back. Let's go.
So that was weird. I guess Discord on my end just like decided it wasn't going to happen.
We could hear everything you said.
Okay, cool. I couldn't hear y'all at all.
Okay.
That was awesome.
That's been doing it for me like a couple of times here with you guys, where you'll just kind of cut out. So I don't know what's up with that. Apparently, I was asking like the stream team. They said it sounds fine on stream, but I think it's just a Discord issue.
Okay, that's good. At least on stream it sounds fine.
Yeah, at least it's not just me.
That's true. This is probably the longest section of cutscenes for Gamma. Where we're just simply going to go through cutscene to cutscene, do a little bit of movement, more cutscenes, a little bit more movement, more cutscenes. You know, like here is we watched a cutscene in DX, which is kind of funny, is that this section of the game is mash start the simulator. Yeah. Because in that game we press start to skip the cutscene. And this section of the game is literally we just keep mashing start to skip cutscenes. This one we sit here and we watch the cutscene. Also, it's good to know that every robot Eggman makes is completely colorblind.
Yeah, because of all the different frogs.
Yeah, I want to know what. Like, they're probably using some like, random AI system, like image recognition.
Why does Eggman hold the frog like a football?
I don't know. I mean, how else do you hold a frog?
Back in
With
back in
your
his
hands? I don't know.
hometown, he was a frog ball champion. It's just what he's used to.
Have you seen Eggman's hands?
Yeah, they're huge.
No.
Perfect for frog ball.
Oh. Don't think he even got fingers.
Oh, we got another donation here if we got time for it.
Okay.
Yeah, we got a little bit
Yeah,
of
we
time.
got another $5 from Sonic the Fraud Hog. I have a confession to make. I've never actually saved Mobius. Every time I've confronted Eggman, it's always been Big the Cat who secretly landed the final and only effective blow. I've still taken credit for it every time because Big didn't seem to mind, but I feel so guilty. Forgive me, Big. Thank you, Sonic, and thank you for your confession. You know, I personally don't forgive you, but you know, I believe the wider public needs to make that decision for themselves. But he did put that towards the Metroid Prime 100% randomizer, though, so appreciate that.
Metroid Prime is so fun. I'm looking forward to that. I'm hoping I'm awake for it. But yeah, we went into this
I'm
door.
really hope that one gets in because I am. Like, Metroid Prime is already one of my favorite games, and seeing like randomizer runs of it is always a treat. So if you've never seen a Metroid Prime randomizer before, it is going to be a heck of a time for you. So let's get those donations in and make that happen.
I love Metroid. Metroid's so cool.
I also love Metroid. Metroid is very cool.
Also, I love the fact that Gamma went through the wrong door simply because the floor rotated.
And I do think that's very funny. There's a little rotating platform on the floor which accidentally gave Gamma trauma. That is the trauma circle.
Like, not only is every robot colorblind, they also have a broken GPS system. Eggman made these on a budget.
Yeah, he needed to save money for that pool he has.
Oh yeah, for sure.
True.
That's so true. The pool, Eggman's random bedroom,
Yeah.
his arcade.
No,
like
like
random rooms.
when I was a kid playing this for the first time, I was so enamored by the egg carrier, and like just like how well designed. It's like I wanted to live there in real life.
Egg carrier is a cool place. A cool place to live.
So cozy.
It is.
Yeah.
For being a supervillain's like secret lair, it's a very cozy place.
It's like, I love the fact how like it points at Eggman's character because he's got a swimming pool up there. His bedroom's there. He's got like a random arcade room. And some other stuff. It's like, wait, I lost stream. Oh, Wither died for a second. Oh no, is he back? Or did I die? I don't know what's happening. Can I be heard? I can't hear anything.
Hello.
Oh, you back?
You back?
Yeah.
You back? Okay.
Okay. Alright, can you bring?
I believe Discord is the server that we're using on Discord right now is going down, which is causing a lot of the issues.
Okay, that would explain a lot.
Yeah, that explains quite a bit there. Yeah, sorry about that, folks. We are back though.
Awesome, let's go.
Fingers crossed for the rest of this run.
Yeah, we're getting pretty close to the end. Gamma's got 3 more stages left.
Then we have big question mark.
Big question mark.
Yeah, just Michael Testo. Just got to get through the end of Gamma's campaign. Yeah, 3 more stages. Then Supersonic, and that'll be it.
Spoilers!
Yeah, spoilers for a 20-something-year-old game. Sorry.
It's Big Riddle's story, okay?
It's the Riddler.
A Big Riddle.
The Riddler story.
That's the final boss of the Batman Forever Super Nintendo game is a roided out Riddler called Big Riddle. Not even joking.
Oh wait, really?
Yeah,
Big Riddle.
Yeah, it's this terrible 2D brawler that has Mortal Kombat controls for some reason.
Oh, okay.
Wait, that's awesome. So it's like it plays kind of like Mythology Sub-Zero.
It plays somehow worse.
That's sick. I gotta play that now.
It was the first game I ever owned where I realized I owned a bad game.
Imagine have a moment where you own a game, it's like, yeah, this is a bad game. I'm trying to think what the first bad game I had was. I can't even think. This is close to the end. This is like the longest set cutscene Gamma has. After this, there really isn't a lot.
Yeah, there's very few cutscenes left for Gamma's story after this.
Gamma has everything basically condensed into the middle of his story.
And in this fight, we win by just pressing one button.
Yeah. There you go. That was the
That's
one
how
button.
Sonic died.
Finally. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's like one of the rare times where for some reason it's like it doesn't ignore invisibility frames, but your distance is just, well, it's not distance, more like the firing rate just lines up with it. So we'll just spam the button. Also, that wherever that dangling chain on the front of the gun is really close to Amy.
It's really close to
Nice.
it, yeah.
Starts smacking her in the face.
Just like a foot forward. And probably just knock her out.
You know, you could probably play a mean triangle with that, though. Get Gamma joining a band, like a bluegrass band.
I could see it.
Heck, he doesn't even need like a steel rod to hit the triangle with. His fingers already are steel rods.
So true.
This is the part where Amy's like, "Yo, Mr. Robot, don't be bad." Gamma's like, "You know what? Okay."
Yeah. Basically what just happens, Amy's like, don't, like, you shouldn't be that mean. Gamma's like, okay, bet.
What is mean? Processing. Oh no, I have been mean. This is negative. That's what the Japanese subtitles there say, like word for word.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I'm fluent, don't you know?
And then, you know, Gamma to sort of like make up for everything they've done, you know, like, oh, I've been a terrible person, so, you know, the only way I could possibly make up for it and make everything better is to kill all my brothers.
Yeah.
Murder.
Must redeem self by murdering siblings.
I mean, that is the meta.
That is, I mean,
You know,
I have siblings, and that's usually what happens once a week.
if there is no one left to say that you're in the wrong,
Then you're in the right.
then were you really
Then were
wrong?
you wrong?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is that if I remember correctly, there was an old interview somewhere that's real interesting. That during the hot shelter, there was a bunch of cut dialogue to where Zeta would actually be talking to Gamma the entire time. The level was initially supposed to be a lot more ambitious and was supposed to be a lot more than just like Amy's hot shelter. It was supposed to be like a much bigger stage where Zeta was making Gamma question his mission and claiming that they had the same rights to life that people did, and that or that the flickies inside them did. And this is all not a joke. This is all like a real thing that was considered. And I really wish it wasn't cut, or like, I wish it was finalized, because that is such an interesting prospect.
Yeah, that would have been a interesting layer to like a moral layer to a Sonic story.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've already got a bunch of that with the end of Gamma's story, as you know. We'll see it later, but I'll be sure to explain it in a little bit more detail than probably ever necessary when we get there.
The Windy Valley skip. Me and Wither have a little bit of history with this stage. We spent a bit of time basically racing the stage to the point where at one point we frame tied the stage. And that was the funniest thing ever.
We were trying to optimize this stage so hard, we ended up frame time for like a few weeks.
Yeah. I was maybe I think I took like 2 frames or something off of it or something. It's something small. But yeah, it was actually kind of funny, because I remember verifying that around. I was like, oh wow, that's hilarious.
We've got to go back. We've got to finish. Yeah. I got to take it back from you.
Okay, I'll take it back then.
I will.
Yeah, we kind of flip out there, float along. You know, we got the jet booster now.
Yeah, we got the jet booster, which makes the game a lot more breakable.
Yeah.
So I want to remind you that even if you've seen a bunch of Sonic Adventure DX speedruns, SA1, Sonic Adventure on the Dreamcast, whatever you want to call it, this game is so much more stable and put together than Sonic Adventure DX. Anytime we find any clip out, it's a huge deal, because clipping out of anything in this game is remarkably difficult. This game is so well polished. And of course, you know, it might not look that way because of the speed run, but seriously, if you try to play this game and like you really try to break it, there's very few ways that you really can break it, and you won't really experience any like massive glitches on a casual playthrough unless you do something horribly wrong.
I suppose it does like make sense to a certain extent, though. This was like the crown jewel of the Dreamcast launch, so like I'm not surprised that Sega put as much polish as they did into it. And then with the DX port, well, given the state that Sega was in at that point, it doesn't surprise me that not as much money went into that.
No, Sega was doing great when SatX released, because they had made so much money off SA2, they basically like got back on top.
Even though they kind of like had to quit the console market, and that
you gotta keep in mind. You gotta keep in mind too that Sega never stopped making money. They own almost every slot machine in Japan, which is a massive industry.
Oh yeah.
They also own they have like something ridiculous, like 75% market share on the arcade industry when it was in its peak, and that stayed all the way until 2020 because they manufacture almost every arcade cabinet. So they were doing.
So they were actually doing fine. They just.
Oh, they were doing great.
Dreamcast wasn't.
It's just their console division wasn't doing too well.
Yeah.
You know,
the Dreamcast itself was a very good console at a very competitive price, but it didn't do well because of all the other Sega hardware released.
Yeah.
Within the span of 3 years, there was 11 different $500 or more Sega consoles.
The Saturn, the 32X, the Sega CD.
You had the 32X, the CD, the Sega Channel, the Oh, man,
was
I
was
can't think of the
the
portable.
second Neptune ever released, or was that
No,
okay.
that didn't get released. No, there was.
The Neptune is the Saturn.
Yeah.
I thought the Neptune was supposed to be like a standalone 32X.
No. I can't think of what it was,
yeah.
but there was the standard. There was the portable Genesis that I've named escaping me right
the
now.
Nomad.
Oh yeah, the
No,
Nomad,
Yeah, Nomad. Yeah, that was a thing. Which also didn't do too well, but at the same time, it's like hard to sell in the first place.
There was all the revisions of the Saturn. There was the Saturn editions that were never officially released in the US, but were releasing in Japanese markets. There were so many Sega consoles coming out that were all several $100s.
Yeah.
When the Game Gear and the Nomad came out within like a year or something of each other, and then the Nomad had multiple different revisions in and of itself, people were getting burnt out on Sega consoles. There was just so little consumer faith in them that Sega had to pull out of the hardware industry because they just could not retain customers because they kept putting out new stuff at such ridiculous prices.
Yeah, it got insane. Like, to the point where, like, when the Saturn got released, it was literally, okay, E3 is happening, by the way, it's already out. And everyone's just like, okay.
Yeah, retailers didn't have time to prepare for the Saturn at all. And then, like, a year after the Saturn came to the US, the Dreamcast was coming to the US market as well.
Yeah.
So a lot of the retailers were like, I'm just not buying your stock, dude.
Yeah.
This is dumb.
It was a bit of a mess, to be fair. And also, a lot of it was simply because the different departments just didn't communicate with each other.
Yeah. Which sucks. Because
Yeah,
I love Sega.
I
I love Sega hardware. But, yeah. They were too ahead of them. They were too ahead of themselves. They just kept making awful decisions and kept trying to further the industry without thinking of any of the financial
lot
costs.
of short-term planning.
Yeah. Like, a lot of Sega's hardware was insanely ahead of the time. Like, people forget, the Sega Mega Drive Genesis had DLC.
Yeah, you mentioned the Sega Channel, like that was like downloadable games, way before like Xbox Live or anything.
It's basically Game Pass.
Yeah, it was basically 90s Game Pass.
Yeah. But we're in Hot Shelter, we're coming up to what we were referring to earlier. Wall run, and then the clip. Land here. I'm gonna go up this wall. There is a frame perfect clip right there. A little bit late. And this is at the end of the run, mind you. So we're going to clip. There we go. Oh, second try, we'll take it. Jump over here. Over here.
Perfect height.
Fine, let's go. Okay. Second try wall run. You love to see it. And there we go. We've done Hot Shelter. Okay. That's one of the hardest parts of the game. If not the hardest. It's insane. And that's the end of the game. That's the end of the run, basically.
Okay, Hot Shelter done.
Okay,
yes,
go.
that is the last. That is the last traditional stage in the entire game. All the action stages have been conquered.
Yeah.
Second try wall run. Second try final egg capsule. Second try everything. That level of consistency is nice.
Oh yeah.
I'm happy. I'm happy as hell with that. Honestly,
I'm happy too.
That's great. I'm glad you're happy.
I'm glad you're happy too.
We're all happy here. It's a happy run. A hashtag Big the Cat Blessed Run.
Who's all blessed this day?
Oh, what's Supersonic RTA?
Supersonic RTA. Where's my phone gone? It's
16 minutes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah. Threshold is 17 minutes. What is your... let's load this stage. I'm pretty sure it's like...
Okay, we are scarily close to All Stories World Record.
Whoa!
Hold on, wait. Okay, Supersonic, yours is a 1648 RTA.
Like, this could be early shot difference, legitimately.
All right,
Oof,
chat.
okay.
Everybody, pray to Big the Cat. Get the best RNG here. Get no whammies. Going for world record.
Okay. If this is very good, we need to retime it for LRT. Oh, trying for early shot. Okay. Okay. Yeah. What we're trying to do there was there is a frame where you can actually shoot beta at the beginning, and then what will essentially happen is the health bar doesn't fully refill. So instead of doing 4 hits like we have to do now, we would have to do 3 hits.
Yeah, so I didn't get it, unfortunately, which really sucks. If I had gotten early shot there, this could have actually potentially been All Stories world record.
Oh yeah.
Like, that is how close this is. I didn't realize how good this run was until then. I think a lot of that has to come from the Sonic, as that Sonic was definitely the strongest Sonic I've ever had in All Stories.
Yeah.
But yeah, so if you get the early shot, which happens during the beginning of the fight, there's a very specific frame where you can shoot Beta, and if you shoot him on that frame, what happens is that his health bar actually doesn't get to finish filling. So he swats the bullet away and deflects it, but his health bar is like, he loses like a full point of health.
Yeah.
But he doesn't lose a phase, so you get all the fast phases of the fight back to back, and then he just dies a little earlier.
Yeah.
But yeah, wow, that was a smoking Gamma run. Like that, I might have to retime that Gamma run. Legitimately.
I'm trying to think of how your gamma time went.
With how fast the Emerald Coast was,
Yeah.
how perfect the Windy Valley was, how great the hub world movement was overall, how relatively fast the Red Mountain was, and how second try awesome the Hot Shelter was, that might have been Gamma world record.
Oh wow!
Or very close.
It might have been. We have to retime that one because that looked really good.
Yeah, about how underestimate are we right now for this run?
Your estimate, we're looking at about a
5-hour estimate.
we're about 17 or 18 minutes Supersonic. There's about a minute left there, so say about 20 minutes to go on the high end.
So it'll be like roughly like a half-hour underestimate then. About 20 minutes.
Yeah, I would say maybe.
Dope.
Definitely be under sub 440 for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Like,
I don't think it's possible for me to mess up bad enough for this to be a 440 at this point.
But we're nearly done. We've got one more story left.
Yeah, and we got another donation coming in too.
Let's go.
This, I think, this appropriate one coming in to the last story here. We got $5 from Super Big. Hey everybody, thank you for lending me your energy. There's a big mean chaos booger threatening me, you, and Froggy, and I can't let that slide. Don't worry, Big the Cat is here to save the day. No, I don't need any Chaos Emeralds. I got the power of your love on my side. Take this, Chaos. Hashtag Blessed Beam Attack. Thank you, Big. Oh, what a guy. And he's saving the world and donating to charity.
Boom! We're going into Supersonic. The final
Big Riddles
category.
story mode.
The final story. Then we've done all the stories. All of them. Every story. No story left unturned. 100% all stories. That's the last Chaos Emerald.
There's how many times has Angel Island fallen into the sea? It seems to be a pretty regular basis.
Only twice, really.
I mean, Sonic and Knuckle, well, Sonic 3.
If we're talking outside of, like, we're talking about the whole Sonic franchise, 3 times.
Yeah,
they're not counting all the times it happened in like the Archie comics. Also, it's probably like every other issue there.
Well, that's different because Angel Island there is a very different place than it is in the game universe.
Yeah, the Sonic Archie canon is insane.
It is my favorite canon.
It's certainly more detailed than what we ever get from the stories. It gets wild.
It does, but that's just, you know, because of how long it goes on. Like, and also how hands-off Sega was. Like, it's absolutely crazy.
It's remarkable.
That
the amount of freedom that they had over their biggest franchise, basically.
In the longest-running American comic ever, the main antagonist was killed permanently on the 100th issue. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, and then it like their rationale for giving us the like the modern design for Eggman was like Nega Robotnik from like another like timeline.
It's Robo Robotnik.
Yeah, Robo Robotnik.
But they'd already set that character up.
Yeah.
Like Robo Robotnik was like actually a Robotnik from a different universe, which went full mask off and just killed everyone. Like in that universe, he won already and was just hyping our Sonic,
and now I will kill you.
It's sick. I love Robo Robotnik.
He's actually like fascinating because he has like these like robo powers too, like interfacing with machines and stuff, and it's like honestly like really kind of like creepy how it's like drawn. And he's just like like shoots out like
horrifying.
wires and stuff and like interfaces with like machines. It's like the most threatening Eggman has ever been, honestly.
He almost killed Dr. Light, and Dr. Wily was like, dude, what? Like, yeah, like Eggman got real bored. Dr. Light was sitting on the ship because they took him prisoner, and then Eggman threw him off the ship and made Dr. Wily watch, and Wily was like, whoa,
bruh,
what? I don't like Thomas, but that's
no way,
man. That's crazy.
Him a few times. I never tried to murder him.
So never actually read it in the Archery stuff except like 1 or 2 issues.
Man,
every time I hear about it, it's like it sounds insane.
It is.
It's great.
Yeah, a wild time. And there's different like eras to that comic too. Like the the very early stuff. That's like the ones that I'm primarily like I'm familiar with. That's the one I grew up with. Was like, and it was like it was kind of like a mix between like the canon from like the Sat AM cartoon and the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon, the one that had Steve Urkel voicing Sonic.
Oh yeah.
It was like the Freedom Fighters, but it was all like kind of zany and like comedy focused, and then it just like proceeded to just get darker and darker as the years went on, as the storylines became
like
more
Sonic.
dramatic. Yeah, just like real Sonic.
I mean, like that's kind of a parallel in a way. It's the natural progression of the character. Mm-hmm. As soon as Sonic goes into 3D, our first story is about a genocide. That's just the way Sonic rolls.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's awesome. As much as people will say that's weird, that's what makes Sonic sick.
No, I absolutely agree. Like the places that Sonic will go that other franchises are too cowardly to go. It's incredibly respectable.
That is Underground Skip.
Yep.
It is a massive cutscene skip, which was found by Underground, and it makes us watch the rest of the cutscenes here from Sonic's perspective, which is very funny.
Yeah, it skips like the first half, but then just puts you back here and makes you watch the rest of it. And yeah, that's the last cutscene skip we're getting at the game. But there we go. We're getting really close to the end now. A few pretty big cutscenes, and then a little bit of hub movement. And then we get to finish all with good old perfect chaos.
Perfect.
Nice. So there's a lot of very small movements you can do in this game to save like very small amounts of time, but they all look pretty cool. So why not? They just look kind of cool. It's always cool when like someone who's been playing the game for a long time will see someone else do something that to anyone else just looks like, okay, it's just like movement, but we'll see it and we're like, okay, that was swag. Like that was a clean line.
Yeah, this run has been very fun. Just want to say, thank you so much. As we go into the ending of this here, it's not a ton of gameplay left, but I want to be just made sure that I'm very appreciative of having this opportunity to show up All Stories. This is All Stories SA1's very first showcase in a marathon ever.
Yeah.
It's only earlier this year did Sonic Adventure have its first ever marathon appearance with Sonic Story at GDQ PAX East. And since then, or actually no, the first one was at GDQ Hotfix for Sonic Story as well, then leading up to the PAX East run. Mm-hmm. But this is the first time All Stories, or really any story outside of just Sonic Story, has ever been showcased for this game in a marathon setting. So I am, once again, incredibly honored to be the person to show this game off. I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity to get the chance to show this game off. It has had so much development over the last couple years. There have been so many people throwing their hats into the ring to really make this game into something special, into something bigger than it would be just from just me. This game would be so much slower without people like Squeefy, people like Broby, people like Underground, people like Icky, people like Must Include, people like Venom. Like, there are so few things. There's so few things that this game had before the community really came together and pushed it. So, yeah, I'm glad to be in this position.
Thank you for
excited to be here.
This has been awesome. It's been an honor for me to be hosting for this run. I'm a fan of Sonic Adventure. If it had been up to me, I would have gladly taken the entire shift for this run. It's been an absolute blast watching this and talking Sonic with you guys, and seeing all that love for Big the Cat come through in the donations. It's everything I wanted.
Yeah, Big brings everyone, but don't worry, we're gonna get more Big soon.
In fact, we actually just got another $5 first time from fellow host Fox Rocks. She says, loving the run. You all have the Sonic CD community cheering you on. Can we possibly get another Big the Cat impression from anyone? You can always get a Big the Cat impression out of me, Fox Rocks. I really appreciate the donation. You put it towards the Pokemon Puzzle Challenge and the Metroid Prime 100% randomizer. Everything I ever wanted. You're making my dreams come true. Thank you, Fox Rocks. Meanwhile, Chaos is just causing the end of the world.
Yeah, on that happy note of the awesome donation, everyone's dead.
I really gotta say it at this point. I am almost a minute ahead.
Right, for real?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna be calling time in a bit, and I'm like a minute ahead of record.
Hold on.
Oops.
What's your...
Maybe that wasn't a false alarm after all.
So this boss has 2 phases, 2 health bars. On the 6th hit of this boss, I will be calling for time, just so that we're all in the clear. Also, we all know what's coming up. I knew the Sonic was good. I knew the Tails was okay. I knew the Knuckles was better than the last one. I didn't think I knew the gamma was better too, but like I thought the 80 was so much worse. I did not think I would be this close, let alone ahead. So as long as I don't completely throw, but so I was local recording, and then my external hard drive unplugged 2 hours ago. So,
okay.
oh, that's fine. That's fine. I can just pull the VOD.
Because Twitch still is fine.
True. Whatever.
Yeah, are you local recording at all, by any chance?
That's what I just said. That was 2 hours ago.
Oh,
but I don't know.
The hard drive unplugged, so...
Yeah, my hard drive just unplugged and replugged itself like an hour ago.
Boy,
So
good.
yeah, exactly. It won't matter if I throw anyway. So let's just I'll be fine. It'll be all right.
You know, let's not throw. These runs gonna be... I'm assuming these are gonna be like... on VOD on Twitch, I'd assume, I hope, I don't know.
Oh yeah, almost certain.
Yeah.
エメラルドのパワーをも取り込んでしまった。
So this will have to be ran through the load timer. I'm giving that to you, Squeepy. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. I've got a
But,
bunch of runs I want to retime anyway.
well, you got a big one now.
Oh no, right, adding to the all stories that we already got.
That's just spend 10 hours retiming. Handshake.
Yeah, fine.
Everything's fine.
I would do it, but I don't want to retime my own run if it could potentially be record, because that'd be really scummy.
See, Big's here.
Yeah.
It's all gonna be okay.
Big is here.
is here.
It's everything's gonna be fine.
ねえこれ
It's gonna be tight. It's gonna be like real tight. Like, I'm getting a little nervous, but okay. I'm just gonna play really well for the rest of the run. I'm puckered.
でもソニックなら本当の使い方を知ってるよね。
It's been quite the journey. Quite the
Quite the
journey to get
adventure.
here.
Quite the Sonic adventure. You
Sonic.
can't see it, but I'm slapping my knee right now.
Yeah, didn't see it, hero, but I definitely felt it.
怒りや悲しみだけじゃない。僕らがソニックを思う。ソニック
Okay, so, I can give you a pace once Perfect Chaos starts if you want one.
Yes, give me the pace.
Okay. So obviously I might be delayed a bit because I'm looking at like the Discord stream.
That's fine.
But okay. So
Bum, 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 bum. All right.
what's time are you looking at? 4:23, 5:30. You are 45 seconds ahead.
Okay. All right.
You got this, man.
So you got this. Let's go. That's fine. Somewhat
Asian chat.
Preach, order preach. Also record, let's go. No, I'm going for kids who are playing the super safe.
I'm trying. I'm like I'm getting nervous now. I'm trying not to get parried.
Alright, it's fine, you got this. Okay, that's it.
Okay,
let's
that's
go.
Phase one. It's phase one. We've got one more phase to go. Time will stop when the in-game timer stops in-game.
Yeah, so whoever's looking for time, please keep an eye on the boss fight, as right as soon as the third hit connects, the in-game timer stops. That is going to be time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, perfect hit, let's go.
Very solid.
Okay, we've got 2 more hits to go, and then... No! This is not what we want to be seeing.
Oh.
It's fine. It should be okay.
That's the last hit, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
One more.
Last hit right here. Again, when the last hit connects and the in-game timer stops, that will be time. So for anyone watching out for that.
Oh, very good, very good.
And time.
Okay.
Yeah!
428. Wait, is that 428? Yep. That is a definite record. Okay, from the look of it. RTA. Yeah.
428.09. That was the 428.09.
Yeah, and your RTA
Holy
record is
crap.
a 429.47.
G frickin' G.
Let's go.
Oh,
Okay.
Wow.
All right, so
And I
so
reset.
not only is this the first time we are seeing a SA1 all stories 100% speedrun here on a marathon, but we are also seeing a world record of it. Let's go!
Yeah. RTA record. We've
Wow.
got to retime that now. There's no way that's not slower than loadless. That would be sad if it was. If we retime,
No,
there's no way. That has to be
there's
fast
no
enough.
way. By that much?
Yeah.
There's no way.
Because again, what was it here? A 428.09?
And both of
Yeah.
these runs are done on my American Dreamcast, so both of them had the same slow loads.
Oh, it is.
So-
Okay, yeah. There's no way. Yeah, this
Yeah.
is definitely a record. Let's go.
Yeah, there's no way. This is record.
Witherman, you
this might be
absolute
record
legend.
by. This is probably record by even like 2 minutes with how loadless works. Like
It might be actually.
I
That would not surprise
Wow.
me. Yeah. That's nuts. Okay. GG, let's go.
Holy cow!
oh man okay well I didn't expect to be in this position right now.
I was here, chat. You were here. We were all here. We saw it happen.
That's Sonic Adventure, everybody. That's
But what a way to close out day 3.
Oh yeah.
oops. Huh.
It's kind of like you've reached the point. It's like, okay, we're on a road apparently.
Let it sink in now.
This is a pace. And now I get to enjoy retiming it.
Yeah, you get to watch it again.
And retimed it. Your last one is like a month ago. It was last month. It's like 30 days ago.
Yeah, it was on my birthday.
Yeah, it
the
was,
last
yeah.
the last time I got All Stories record was on my birthday. So, you know, I actually. It's funny that this is all happening now. I actually had a lot to say as we close out. So
Yeah, floor's yours.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I have been taking a bit of a break from the game, and that's going to continue. I feel like I'm just a little tired of Sonic Adventure. I've been playing this game every day for 3 years now, just about, but I love this game so much. I love this game and the community so much. So
Yeah, if you have about a half hour for shoutouts, so please take your time.
True. There's so many people who've helped me get to this point. Broby for the competition in Sonic Story. I would not be nearly as good at Sonic Story if I didn't have someone so good on my tail always. Broby has forced me to get as good at this game as I am. I love that dude to death. He's amazing at every game he touches. And to even be on the same level as him in anything is remarkable. Now, Squeefy has made almost every resource for this game. Almost everything that has pushed this game further is down to Squeefy and Squeefy's hard work. Squeefy has commentated with me for almost every marathon except the in-person ones where he couldn't make the flight. Squeefy has been there every step of the way for this game's growth. Squeefy was the first person on the ground floor to join alongside me when this game really started getting pushed. And I cannot undersell his accomplishments and everything he's done, and his utter decimation of the true 100% category, 130 emblems. That is his domain.
Yeah, that's my true love.
But I really did not. And, you know, Nim puts for pushing Knuckles, Nim, Venom, and Hypnotics for all pushing Knuckles and putting Knuckles' story on the map and making that category so intense. But getting an all stories world record after the break that I've had, you know, I don't want to say I didn't think I couldn't do it, but I wasn't prepared for this, to be honest. Like
we say, you got the touch, you got the power.
Wow. What a strong run.
Yeah.
This category is beginning to get very pushed. Like, once again, this is another run where almost every single category was played at near world record level with a few minor mistakes.
Yeah.
Like, my Gamma Story run legitimately might be the world record for Gamma Story. That the weakest link was Amy. And that's crazy, because that Amy was really good. Like, I have so many conflicting thoughts. I have so much in my head, because like I want to continue taking a break from Sonic Adventure, but at the same time now I'm like, oh man, I'm kind of in my peak form right now. I'm kind of playing real well across the board. So just, you know, once again, thank you to Completionathon for accepting this run and letting our very small community on, despite the much bigger, more obvious alternative. You know, it feels like sometimes it's a little hard for SA1 to get a shot when its younger brother walks in and it's so much shinier and cooler and faster. It's like, you don't have to watch cutscenes of me. People actually play this game. And it's like, it makes it a little hard to get SA1 in some places, but you know, I'm always appreciative of every opportunity I got, and I really couldn't have done a better showcase than that. That was the entire game faster than any human being has ever done it. I don't know what more else you can want from me.
You know, just keep pushing the record lower. That's all we want.
That's true. You know what? One of my ultimate goals for this category was initially to get sub 430. Because sub 430 was a barrier that for a while was thought to be almost impossible. And I just broke it by another minute again.
Yeah.
I just broke another minute barrier for it. So, I got a little bit of a chip on my shoulder, I can't lie. I'm feeling pretty good. But, yeah, that's all I got to really say, you know. Shout out to everybody who's been there with me the entire ride. So many people have been supporting me for this game. So many amazing people from Sadix. So many amazing people from SA1. Thank you so much, again, weird shout out, but to GDQ for letting us have the Sadix relay when that happened to really reignite my fire for this game.
That was a good relay.
Being part of that GDQ. Yeah, I was part of that. That was awesome. I did Supersonic there. And it feels great to still be in this position with this game. I feel good. I feel like the fire's coming back for Sonic Adventure.
Hey, you got me all giddy for Sonic Adventure after watching all that.
Yeah, it's a fun game. I like this game quite a bit. So yeah, that's really gonna be it from me. Squeaky, if you've got anything to say, you know, go ahead.
I mean, I don't know. Like, SA1 started as a side thing for DX. It was like, okay, do you wanna run this game? And then eventually, over time, we had the board separated. SA1 became its own game, and we're now in just doing marathons and you're setting old world records during marathons, because that's just kind of what happens.
Yeah, it keeps happening.
Yeah,
oh, it happened again.
Are we going to enter the phase of All Story where it's like, with like Sonic Story, it's like a 110 is no longer good for you? Like, but with like All Story, it's going to be a 430 is no longer good for you.
Oh, how horrifying. I think I'm already there.
Yeah.
Oh, what a scary thought. I don't want to think about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like I've definitely been doing my part in pushing this game as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of people have set the groundwork for me. That cannot be understated. But I'd be on top of the leaderboard for a reason. I'd be playing the game. So,
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've also got to give shout outs to the people
You'll
in
be
the
rising
DX
and
community.
grinding.
Yeah, people in the DX community that just allowed us to separate the boards out, which I feel helped so much.
oh, huge
Like-
shout outs to Alpha.
The Alpha, Scoob, like everyone else on the DX mod team, like everyone is so cool. Just like let us actually essentially grow the game.
Yeah,
Like-
because at one point, when I started running the game, Sonic Adventure wasn't actually considered a separate game from Sonic Adventure DX. They shared the same page on speedrun.com, and Dreamcast was
Yeah.
just considered a platform, which is a separate platform rather than a separate game.
Yeah.
So, for this game to now have its own SRC page, its own community, its own dedicated runners with their own dedicated categories, like that has just shown how much further this game has been pushed. This game is absolutely nothing like it used to be. So, yeah, I gotta end off with just one more thing. Just play Sonic Adventure.
Yeah,
I don't care if you're playing. I don't care if you're playing Sonic Adventure DX. I don't care if you're playing on Dreamcast hardware. I don't care if you're playing on Flycast. Just if you liked the run and you're interested at all in the game, play Sonic Adventure. We would love to have you.
As a casual enjoyer of Sonic Adventure, I say play Sonic Adventure.
I'm convinced. That's all I needed. That's real. I didn't need anything else. I was gonna play it anyway.
Me too. But yeah, that's all I got.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you
I
so
don't
much,
have-
Witherman.
I don't have anything else to say. Thanks.
キャラクターを選んでください
Yeah, thanks, my friend. It's been a lot of fun.
It's been a blast. It's been a Sonic 3D blast. All right. Holy crap. All right. Once again, that was Sonic Adventure All Stories. 100% complete. World record. First time at a marathon, period. First time that run has ever been on a marathon, and he got world record. Absolutely incredible. I was here for it. You were here for it. We all seen it, and it was incredible. I'm blown away by that. Just happy to be here, really. And I mean, we raised some decent money during that run too. Shoutouts to everyone putting their love out for Big the Cat, as they should. He is our savior, after all, and we should stand where possible. However, that does it for our day 3 here at Complete-a-thon. We are about $874 raised for Somos Familia Valle. We are trying to get to $2,000 by the end of the marathon. We still got 2 days to do that, and I think it is absolutely doable. We'll be back again tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Daytime for some of the best Crash Bandicoot, in my humble opinion. Crash Bandicoot 2 Cortex Strikes Back, run by the one and only Stump. So I am really looking forward to that, as should you. Not to mention that we got plenty of other great runs coming up throughout the day, and I myself will be back late in the evening for some Metroid Prime 100%. And I'm really looking forward to that. That is one of my favorite games of all time. So it's going to be real good. If you're going to be putting towards your donations towards any incentive, please, let's get that Hundo randomizer for Metroid Prime in there and completed. Let's see, where are we at on that? 1 second, we just check that donation. We are a little under halfway there. We need $100, so we are about 45. So yeah, that's easy to do. We got about a day to do it. So let's do it. Let's do it to it. All right, but like I said, that does it for today, folks. So I will catch you all tomorrow you all be good, stay safe, take care, and let's keep on raising money for a great cause. Have a good night, everyone. Oh, and yeah, we're gonna go raid Alice at Wonderland Games, who ran Sly Cooper last night. I want to say that was a great run, and let's all go show her some love. Raid message. Big love from Big the Cat. Go ahead and copy and paste that. You have a good night, everyone. Take care.